responsibility falls to the co-investigator. Whoever you have kept as the co-investigator, he will become the principal investigator and he will take care of the proposal. He will take the responsibility of completing the project in the given timeline. So the grant will be utilized strictly for what you have written. So this is very important. Whatever you mention in that, okay, I will buy this equipment, you will have to buy that equipment only. If you change or if you vary from that, then you will have to write to the AICT, I want to change from my planned section. So let me show you now before going to DST. Sorry, let me show you my proposal, RPS proposal. So this is the RPS proposal. This is the name of the institute and all. Everything you will have to apply online. I will show you the manual also. The first thing they will ask you the technical field, in which field you are proposing. So you give us some background of the field in which you are working. For example, my PhD was in mechanical. I did some work in surface engineering. Then we came to know that lot of work is been done in the field of magnesium metal matrix composite. So we wanted to prepare these magnesium based composites in a lab. So I gave the background of that technical field, background of this. So it is quite similar to what you do in PhD or MTech thesis. So if you are already a doctorate and you are guiding some PhD students, so you can send the same proposal as you are guiding your students. So here will be the title of the proposal, and this will be the abstract of what you plan to do, and these will be the objectives. Suppose my student, they wanted to design a stir casting setup and they wanted to fabricate magnesium composites. So these were their objectives. So we took the same objectives here and we applied. So what are the three things they will ask? The proposal will ask you this heading: technical field of proposal, title of part of any project proposal, what will be the impact of your project or what will be the outcome, how you are going to help the society, by how your project is going to impact us, how it is going to help the society. So they previously, few years back, we used to write, okay, we will be doing some MTech thesis, we will be guiding some PhD thesis, but now government wants that you should do something related to the to our mandates, like our missions. Like we hear about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Suppose you want to make a product, then you can say, okay, I will make a Make in India product, I will launch my product. So this point is now very, very important. What impact, like ma'am was saying, how you can do it if you are solving some social problem, some women problem, that you have to show here. And definitely your proposal is insufficient if you do not give the background. Background here means the literature survey, what actually is happening at a national and an international scenario. So you will have to give the detail what is happening in that field, whatever field you have taken, in that field what is happening nationally or internationally. So some data you will have to take, some literature survey you will have to do, data what already is doing, and what are the gaps in this, and how you will fulfill that gaps using your proposal. So here also I have listed some previous studies giving the references. So this all the projects. After that I will show you one proposal of DST also, which I got from DST. So there also the headings will be mostly same. So first of all, first thing you have to do is select your topic. Then you will prepare that according to these topics. Then what is the techno commercial status? What will be the outcome, any social benefit, and IPRs you will create. So government is emphasizing, if you are doing something, make a product, protected using intellectual property rights. What are the social benefits you will give to the society? So this is again very important. Technical consultancy and revenue. Suppose you are buying some equipment from the project. So later on, after the completion of the project, whether you will be able to generate some revenue, you can say, okay, after the completion of the project, I will give my project on consultancy basis to outside people at some and it will help me in generation of revenue. For this, you can say that you will give at a higher cost to the industry people and a little bit lesser cost for the academic institutes. So another important part is time and activity chart. Please see here all the project proposals. You will have to give the time and how you will cover up in the 3 years. Suppose this project is for 3 years, you will have to give the details. Okay, in the first 3 months, 6 months, what I will do. Mostly when you are applying for some project, the non-reoccurring grant, which is for the equipment, they give you in the first year only. So mostly we have to buy the equipment in the first year. So you can say after getting my project proposal, so the date on which you are granted the project, from that day only your time period starts. Once you get the money from the government, your proposal, your time starts from that period, and that will be counted as the start of your first year. So that means after completion of first year, you will have to show them, okay, what we had planned in the first 12 months we have completed. You will have to give the report. So mostly we buy the equipment in the first 6 or 12 months. Then mechanical testing, suppose I have written here, I will prepare the composites, then I will do some mechanical testing up till 18 months, then some metallurgical testing. Then I will do in the by 30 months I will be able to complete my work and do the comparative study, and last 6 months I will prepare the project report. So this is how you have to give the time and activity charge in any format. Sometimes they give you format, otherwise you can take any type of format, any type of chart to define how you will complete the various activities. Then next, this is also very required. What are the fee facilities already available with you? It is not that everything you are asking from the government. Some facilities or equipment which are already available in the research proposed, so here you will give them both two types of and what budget you need. So this is all the agencies, they will ask you under two headings: non-reoccurring and the reoccurring. So here I had proposed non-reoccurring, that is equipment, what equipment I want, electric resistance furnace, permanent mold, and all these. And non-reoccurring, like you need some chemicals, you need some consumables, some raw material, some service charges you want to pay, so that you can list here. So budget you will have to tell, since the limit of this is 25 lakhs. So you can, this project is 25 lakhs. So you can limit it up till 25 lakhs. Then details of the project investigator, they will ask you. Then you can give what work you have already done, that you can give. So participants, this is one proposal, actual proposal which I applied, and for which I was given, I think 21 lakh something was given to me, and we completed this project successfully. So I have shown you one project proposal, but in the meantime, if any question from anybody, anyone wants to ask something, anything from your side, then we will move. Otherwise, we will move to the next. That is, I will show you one project proposal from the DST site also, which I applied, and you can also apply. Any participant, I can see 46 people connected. Any participant who has done any project proposal or doing any project, any research project, or has applied for any research project, anyone from you? Okay, then moving forward, let us go to Department of Science and Technology, that is DST. So they have just now revamped or made a new website for this. There is a scheme, still this scheme is there, Early Career Research Award. ECR award scheme is there. I applied for this scheme. At that time, it was known as Young Scientist Scheme. So this early career research scheme, this basically is, if you once you complete your PhD, immediately after completing the PhD, in the first 2 years of your service, you are eligible to apply for this scheme. At that time, it was known as, let me see if it is available. They have just now changed the website. This, I will see the latest one. So initially it was known as Young Scientist Scheme. Now they call it as Early Career Research Award Scheme. Yes, you can see this Department of Science and Technology. Under SERB, it comes under SERB. So the call of application is made twice a week. Another thing, participants, I want to tell you that these schemes are not open round the year. They sometimes open, like AICT mostly opens it in during the months of September, October. Certain schemes opens twice, like they have written, we open it in January and July, twice a year. So you will have to keep on checking the websites when the scheme has opened, and mostly they give you a time period of only 1 month or 2 months to apply for the scheme. So it is advisable that beforehand only, before the opening, you should prepare the proposal. Okay, Poonam Dharyan ma'am, you have raised your hand.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, my question is this, means after 2 years, can we apply on the basis of PhD research work for this proposal?
This ECR specifically is in the first. Let us see if they have not changed anything. But the same project you can apply for simple DST scheme. It is known as core
DST.
scheme. You want to apply, ma'am? There is
Yes, I want to apply, but मतलब
will
मुझे
tell you.
पहले से ये पता नहीं था.
women मैडम, you apply under women, आपके chances बढ़ जाते हैं. DST की core schemes हैं. DST core means ये जो मैं you can, जैसे like I showed you for AICT, similar project proposals you can apply in the DST. But under this we have, I will show you now since you have asked, women for women scientists, they have a separate portal. So you just prepare a research proposal and you apply under WOS. I will show you. It is sponsored by DST.
Yeah, it's a request, ma'am. Please show me just
there the chances of getting the proposal are more. So like I was telling you, this Early Career Research Award. So this is also simple. I don't know why this is not opening. Otherwise, this is open twice. Simply the proposal is same, because this is basically initially it was known as Young Scientist Award Scheme. That is why they have kept an upper limit. You should not be more than 37 years. I applied it at the age of 36, but since I was a woman, so I got this project proposal. And because it is for SC, ST, OBC and women candidates, it is relaxable for 5 years. So I applied it after completing my PhD, and I will show you this grant. At that time, it was known as Young Scientist Award Scheme. Yes, so I will show you this project, but madam has requested for WOS WOS DST scheme, women in, actually recently they have just changed the websites. So here, madam, even I applied once later on under WOS scheme, core scheme is there, but I did not get this because later on. So these are participants, these are all dedicated to the women in science and engineering, which we call as Kiran, Vice Postdoctoral Fellowship. In this WOSA and WOSB is there. What is WOSA? WOSA is those ladies or those women who, because of some reason, maybe because of their marriage or something, they have stopped working under some institute and now they are free. So they give some scholarship for conducting research. And the WOS2 is same, ma'am. You will have to go to see the formats, registration detail, mentor project detail. So this is simply, WOS is an online proposal scheme. Similar, you just have to give a project proposal. Can you see here? These are the documents which you are required. Yes. Mentor details, project. This is WOSA. WOSB is regarding the simple project proposal, like I told you. So in this, there are two types. WOSA, where you get a scholarship. See, it is written. If you are in the category of PhD, you get 55,000 and HRA. Total project cost is 30 lakhs. But if you want to apply for simple proposal, like the one I showed you, you go to the WOSB scheme, Women Scientist Scheme. So there the advantage is that only women, you will be competing with women also. So women are eligible for applying for direct DST project also. And the same project, it is better that they apply for the women project also. Sometimes when your project proposal in general category is not accepted, they sometimes even send you mail, you can shift it to the women. But the problem is, ma'am, they open it, it is not open throughout the year. They open it maybe twice a year or once a year. Rather, I also applied for this WS scheme. I might be having that scheme also with me. I can share with you maybe later on. So I applied one core DST project under women scientists. They give us fellowship scheme also to women. So you just check.
Ma'am, one question is there.
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, this is only for engineering and science students. For
Yes.
management student, how we can
Management
apply?
student, I gave you that example. For RPS, there is separate cell. Can you
Okay.
see this RPS?
Yes. Yeah.
There is separate scheme for management. You can see here, let me show you. The same project you can apply from the management. Research promotion scheme, the proposal which I showed you, you prepare a research promotion RPS for the management side. So you can see here, the same document. You just, ma'am, what you have to do is just prepare a good project proposal. What I did, I applied one good project proposal. I applied to DST early career. They rejected my proposal. Then the same proposal I had prepared, once they rejected it, I sent it to AICT. Then AICT accepted it and gave me 21 lakhs. So what you require is like this RPS management is there if you are from management side.
Yes,
First
ma'am.
thing is, like I have shown you one proposal, just prepare a good proposal. Once your proposal is ready, whichever scheme comes, DST, RPS, you apply it. If you don't get discouraged, if they do not accept your proposal, they will give you some points. Okay, this is missing, this is missing. You revise your
Yes.
proposal and send it to some other agency. But the most important is, all the agencies will ask you the similar things which I have shown you. But the important thing is that you need a proposal. Like I had prepared this one proposal first. If I don't get it in general category, you go to women scientists, right? So this early career award, this is also very simple, not very difficult. So this is under DST. So like I will show you one proposal, the same proposal I
Ma'am,
can send it to that
only
answer.
for मैनेजमेंट स्टूडेंट्स या जैसे मैंने पीएचडी की है मैनेजमेंट में, सो हमारे लिए सिर्फ ओनली वन साइट इज देयर आरपीएस और एनी अदर थिंग्स आर देयर?
Ma'am, I gave you one more example. See,
Okay.
what you can do is, like I was giving one more example, management की पहले RPS में था नहीं, अभी इन्होंने ऐड किया. तो
Okay.
you can collaborate, find some social problem.
Okay.
You can collaborate, but with some technical person. Even अगर वो technical है, you take one co-PI from the other field. Let us say you are from management and you want to solve some social problem. For that, you require some equipment. Let us say you do not require equipment, but you require some softwares are used in management.
Yes.
So you can
yes.
apply for. I gave you one example. One sir from management, he collaborated with mechanical faculty, and they both collectively wanted to do some survey. For that, they wanted some software for 10 to 15 lakhs. So
Okay.
that also is possible. You take one technical person, even if it is for technical people, you apply for the software, you apply for a research scholar. Otherwise, the state governments are also doing, you get from DST also, maybe I will search for research schemes also you get for conducting certain research. Like I gave you this example, okay, if you want to conduct some research study, for that also you have certain schemes. I think it comes under social sciences. I will check,
Okay.
but definitely and tell you.
One more question is my ma'am. Like I'm not the university, I'm a private college. I'm an associate professor in private college. तो इसका तो कोई difference नहीं होता
No,
कि
no.
भाई आप
Before
private में
this,
हो?
ma'am, I joined NITER only 4.5 years back. Before this, I was in a private college. And from there only, from the private institute only, I conducted 3 projects.
Okay.
So sometimes, see, they also have to justify themselves. It is not that always they will keep on giving grant to the government institutes, because government is already getting institute. So for chances for getting grant to a private institute are also there. Quite good chances are there, because they want to uplift the private colleges also. It is not that. So like I gave you the example, all these 3 projects I did it from the private college only. There is no such thing that it should be private or government college. Your proposal should be good and your profile should be good. So they will see, because your project proposal will go to the technical person only.
Okay.
The technical person will check, it goes to 3 people. The technical person will check the validity, whether your proposal is good or not. Like when I sent one project proposal, it was in the field of biotechnology, right? It is also journal. So I got a phone call from one expert. He was from IIT. He said, I got just received your proposal for review and I have some queries. So he started asking me some queries. So this is how they have a panel of experts. They send your proposal to them. So just important thing is to prepare a proposal, very good proposal. Check any grammatical error is there, check your data and check the latest data, so that the expert who is reading your proposal, he gets convinced. That thing is required, because the AICT DST people, they will only check the technical things, whether you are eligible or not. Like Poonam ma'am is eligible or not. Like when I applied for DST, I got a call from DST ki your age is 36, you are not eligible. I said I am a women candidate and the age is 5 years. Okay, kehte, okay, we skipped the date, so you are eligible. So they forwarded it. So the DST, AICT and the sponsoring agency will just check your eligibility criteria. If you are fulfilling the eligibility criteria, your proposal will go to the expert of your domain. If you are from management side, they will send it to some expert of management person. He will check your proposal and he will give his review. Okay, the proposal is good, you can give him grant. This is how they.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. One more thing, as a social science student, so हमें अपने proposals में कौन से important चीजों को ध्यान रखना चाहिए? As a science और technology, वो तो हो जाएगा, technology based है.
Solving some problem. 2-3
Solving
things ma'am, you can do is like what are the government missions. So if
Okay.
you do something related to NEP or something related to women, or I showed you there are a lot of grants for rural people also. If you are uplifting, let us say you take a general topic, I want to do a survey on the condition of women or laborers, women laborers, since you are a woman. So for that, or some skills for uplifting the skills of women.
Okay.
So you have to show some social angle to that.
Problems. Okay.
Social problems, you are solving some social problem or related to some missions, make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, or they are talking about skilling. Lot of NEP is talking about skilling of students, or you can do something skilling of rural students who are not going to school. So find some social problem which you want to solve, that is most relevant for your field or survey for that field.
Thank you, ma'am.
But definitely, see what I tell in all my presentations, if you apply for a project proposal, you are not doing anything, it is not costing you anything. Rather, even if you do not get the project proposal, you will learn something when you are preparing. Maybe
Yes.
you will be able to prepare some good proposal, you will be able to guide some students, you will be able to give some topic to your students, right? So let me show you this. This is similar. This sample which I am showing you for DST, it is same. The headings will be same in whether you are applying for women project proposal, any proposal, the topics will be same. So for example, I had at that time, like ma'am, I told you something new should be there. At that time, 2013-14, nano word was very buzzword. Nano. So I proposed one proposal in nano coatings. Just see around you in your field what is the new thing which is coming. You can also do something impact of social media on students. This is again a very big concern. So you will have to search a latest topic in your field in which you also have some hold and which is related to the social environment in which we are living. You can take something related to pollution. I know one ma'am from chemistry background, she got a very good project. She wanted to solve this problem of what we get, this burning of by the agriculturists. So you will have to see some social problem and you have to address that problem. So like I showed you in AICT, first of all, you will have to tell the origin of the proposal, why you want to send that proposal. Then this is most important, presently what is being done. For that, you can consult some national, international journals from there. Then the objectives, all the proposals will ask you what you want to do. What will be your objectives? To review R&D in the proposed area. Review, yes, national and international status. You will have to tell what is happening in India, what is happening in the world, and in that related field, what is the importance. So these headings, subheadings will be there in all the project proposals. Then this will also be there. I think I missed it in the previous one. What is the method you will choose? Even if you are doing some survey, what method you will choose, what which area you will choose, who will be your persons from which you will be taking the research studies. So work plan is very important. What is your work plan? What are your future plans? And what will be the outcome? Then the schedule I showed you in the previous document also, you will have to show the schedule also. Schedule, like in 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, what you are going to do. So you can show the schedule also. Activities of schedule, literature survey you will do, whatever you will do. So in the 3 years, this is my schedule. So this is, you can also apply for, this is one head of fellowship. Suppose you want to keep one research scholar, this is a previous one, but now I think 35,000 or 55,000 is given as the scholarship. So in the first year, if you keep one JRF or SRF, so in the first year, if per month his salary is this, you can calculate it for the 12 months and you can apply it. So for the 3 years, what will be the fellowship cost, that also you can add. I want to keep one man. If other person also, some other person also you want to keep, so manpower, you can mention it here. What consumables, it is up to them whether they give you or not. One of my colleagues, he applied for the proposal and he said, okay, I want a fellow person under my project. They rejected it. So it is up to them, but you can propose. So consumables, what consumables you require. Then some you can also add travel. I want to go and present my paper, or I will need to travel to some agency, some industry. So travel also you can add. Then contingency, what extra cost for depositing, and equipment. Here, if you are from management side, instead of equipment, you can write, I want to purchase the softwares, because one part of the project proposal is the for buying the equipment. So instead of equipment here, you can say, okay, I want to purchase these softwares. So they give some overhead cost also, which is fixed, and your biodata. So these are the things which you have to, which you have to show here. Just if any question is there, and also give me one moment. If I can find that women project proposal, I will share that proposal with you. But in the meantime, if you have any queries, you may ask. Let me see if in 2-3 minutes I am able to find the proposal. But in the meantime, anyone having any query? Any participant having any question, any query from your side? Okay, I was able to find it. This is the call for, let me share my PPT again. This was the call 2-3 years back, which came for the women. Same is there. So this was the call for SERB Power brochure was there. This is how they called for SERB women. Now they call it as WOS schemes, SERB Power. They used to call it as SERB Power. So this was basically, can you see here, direct application for power grant. Now they,
मैम प्लीज थोड़ा सा इसका विजिलेंस थोड़ा सा बढ़ा दीजिए थोड़ा.
So ये उस time आया था. The scale of funding was 60 lakhs for 3 years, and 2 types of grants were there. These were only for women. They called it as power research grants for women, SERB women. So one was fellowship. If you are a very good women scientist, they had given some scholarship. And one was this research grant. Basically, the grants are same. Only this was basically for women scientists. Now they have called it as WOS. So this was a special call from them. Let me show you if I have the proposal here, which I prepared. Actually, this I have not. Yes, these are same things are there in all the proposals. Even women project proposal you want to apply, origin of proposal, review of status. What is the review? I had given some topic. What is the national status means? Here I will add this. I added not much work has been done in India regarding this proposal. Only some people are doing some work in the related field. Like I have given my background, why I want to do some work in this field, like importance of the project proposal in the context of current status. What will be the importance of this proposal? So this is the proposal I had prepared. This is very important. What are the objectives? Because when you will submit your proposal report, they will ask you, have you undergone all the objectives which you had written? Okay, I will do this. So you will have to undergo all these projectives. Then work plan. What will be the methodology which you will use? How you will select the material, whatever methodology, how you will undergo that, and the time schedule of activities. That also I have provided here. Then how I will utilize the grant. This is very, very important. This is most important, ma'am, when you are applying for any thing, environmental impact assessment and risk analysis. And what is the expertise available with you? So these were all the headings which were asked in that particular project proposal. So you keep these things ready, because when these proposals come, sometimes you come to know very late when the last date is approaching, but you keep it ready. So some publications in that particular field you will have to give. What are your publications? So this is the list of proposals which I have done before that, details. And these things they will also ask, what are the facilities which are already available with your institute, and what are the equipment which you require. For example, here also I have made this activity and chart for 36 months. So see, the proposals headings are almost same for all the project proposals. You just need some time for preparing a very good proposal. So prepare a good proposal. Actually, at this time, only 4 or 5 days were left when I applied, and I could not prepare this proposal very efficiently. And the topic was also not very, so I did not get ultimately this project proposal. But this is the way how you can apply for the proposal. So, ma'am, I have shown you one women scientist. Proposals are same. You just see the scheme in which you are eligible and you applied. Just see the age, other things which are required. Yes, social areas having Sonia Vata, ma'am, anything which is related to having some societal impact, or if it is related to our missions. So because when this women scientist, the other awards I applied, there is a column which mission, under which mission you are applying, whether it is fulfilling Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, for any other thing. So definitely you will have to see under which mission you are applying. So something related to the societal problems, like IIT Ropar, they have this problem that near their area the water is hard. What science and technology, any ma'am, so the water is very hard. So they sent a proposal that we want to test the quality of water, and we want to which is surrounding IIT Ropar, and we want to solve that problem. So they got grant in crores from the government. So see if some societal problem, try to solve it. Yes, any madam, any. So I think I have still more, I had listed few more grants. Then there is a dedicated TARE grant also there. I will skip this. Then CSIR also, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. I did one project under CSIR also. It was a small project, 10 lakhs for an equipment. So they also give you grant for this. These are various, just last slide I would like to share with you. These are the various schemes for setting up business incubation. We are from the field of business incubation. So for having National Generation Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center, then Nidhi TBI grant, Atal Innovation Mission, Atal Incubation Centers. These are the various schemes. I will share this PPT with Dr. Harsh. He can share with you. Yes. anything, any social problem, some pollution problem, some social problem, some industrial problem, any problem you're solving, but if it is related to society and along with the mandate of our country, there are a lot of chances that you will get. Now see, now government has given so much grant for artificial intelligence. They are saying set up centers of excellence for artificial intelligence, so you can see that, see in the field of the artificial intelligence something related to you, right? So any other, yes, wonderful. Any other question from anybody? Any participant having any query, any question?
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, yeah, Deepika ma'am.
Ma'am, for example, if someone want to apply for ICSSR projects, minor projects,
Yes.
do they still have to mention it with some government initiative? जैसे आपने बोला कि
Ma'am, it is not necessary, but if you are doing it in line with some social or missions, the chances of getting increases. It is not necessary. Like the projects, you can see something which is happening around, which is buzzword these days, but it is not important. For example, I can tell you more about technical field. नाउ गवर्नमेंट किसको एम्फेसाइज कर रही चीजों को? गवर्नमेंट कह रही है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में काम करें, गवर्नमेंट कह रही है हाइड्रोजन, पीछे हमारी फील्ड में था जिसने भी हाइड्रोजन एनर्जी के लिए अप्लाई किया दे गॉट द ग्रांट्स. इफ यू सी द लेटेस्ट इन योर फील्ड, तो गवर्नमेंट, अब देखो आयुष एक न्यू आ गया, देयर इट वाज नॉट नोन फ्यू इयर्स बैक. आयुर्वेदा ऑर्गेनिक को एम्फेसाइज कर रही है गवर्नमेंट. So if you will see this latest things related to your field, the chances of getting the grant increases. But you can apply in any, जो आपकी field है. अगर आपकी कोई field ही नहीं है related तो you will have to apply in your field only ना. Because sometimes they ask you for presentation also, then you will have to go there, give a presentation, why you want to work, they will ask you questions, so you should be clear with your work. And if you could do some previous work, sometimes when people apply for projects, so they all start preparing the samples. Kuch previous work they take it कि this I have already started working on it, but I need grants for that. If you will give me grant, then I will complete the work.
Okay, ma'am. Because for that I have applied, I think stress in medical professionals.
Wonderful.
तो अभी तक वैसे तो प्रोजेक्ट के जवाब नहीं है, बट अब आपने बोला ना कि that you have to combine it with submission. So I am worried because they have not yet declared the results.
No, ma'am, इसमें let us hope you get the project, but I can give you one suggestion. इसमें अगर आप कोई एक दो हॉस्पिटल्स को ऐड कर लेते, have you added them?
No, ma'am, we have selected the people who are working in medical professionals, medical factories. क्योंकि उनमें भी बहुत स्ट्रेस होता है, दवाइयों की स्मेल हो गए, वर्किंग आवर्स बहुत लॉन्ग है.
वंडरफुल. दीपिका मैम, अगर आपका हो जाए वेल एंड गुड, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. बट अगर कोई कमेंट आता है, नेक्स्ट टाइम व्हाट यू कैन डू इज जस्ट, चाहे आप इतनी इनपुट ना ले पाओ, एक दो इंडस्ट्रीज मेडिकल वाली नोट कर लें, गो एंड मीट देम एंड जस्ट सी इफ दे एग्री विद यू कि okay, I want to apply this project proposal and I want to add you these two companies as my along with that. तो उसमें आप डाल सकते हो कि these two industries will be assisting me. थोड़ा उसका industrial implication जब आ जाता है, जैसे यहाँ हमारे मैम हैं, she wanted to make something related to teeth, तो उन्होंने उसमें डॉक्टर्स ले लिए. They took doctors from a hospital, from a गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल. तो थोड़ा सा अगर आप प्राइवेट से भी हो, इंडस्ट्री से आ जाता है, दे गेट मोर कॉन्फिडेंस कि ऑलरेडी दे आर वर्किंग विद टू इंडस्ट्रीज. और वॉट एवर दीपिका मैम जो डाटा कलेक्ट करेंगी, अगर ज्यादा नहीं है तो एटलीस्ट वो दो इंडस्ट्रीज विल बी गेटिंग बेनिफिट. So maybe next time, even चाहे आप बहुत ज्यादा input ना ले पाओ, but to show to the people, you can show some data that yes, I am associating with these two industries. You can get some documents signed from them and you can put it in your project proposal. So collaborative project proposals have more chances. तो आजकल यही कर रहे हैं लोग, इंडस्ट्री के साथ, लैब्स के साथ, मेडिकल फील्ड में है तो हॉस्पिटल्स के साथ, डॉक्टर्स के साथ मिलके they are applying for this.
Okay, ma'am. For example, if I want to maybe apply नेक्स्ट ईयर फॉर, अगर इस बार नहीं होता तो अगर मैं सेविंग या इन्वेस्टमेंट के पर्पज से करना चाहूँ कि व्हाट इज अकॉर्डिंग टू फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, कि आजकल लोग किस तरीके से सेव या इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए फिर किससे कोलैबोरेट करना चाहिए मैम?
Save and
सेविंग एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट.
you can contact some bank, government bank. You can talk to them. Government bank might not agree. You can contact some any funding
No,
agencies.
ma'am.
Hard
Government
certain-
banks will allow. In
Help.
fact, that will be lot
They
of
will help.
interest to the government banks.
They will help her.
Definitely,
You can contact them.
because
But,
they would like to know this.
but sometimes they are so reluctant when you want to get some work done from government bank. But definitely you can approach.
You can also approach private banks. Even you
Private
can
also
approach,
you can approach.
any fund house for that matter as well, ma'am.
Funding
Financial
agencies
fund
you
house.
can agency. Yes.
Ma'am,
Even
one more
NBFC
question.
would be interested.
Yes, Poonam ma'am.
मैम मेरा टॉपिक जो था पीएचडी का फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी अमंग वर्किंग क्लास इन नेशनल कैपिटल रीजन. सो मैं इसी को आगे फर्दर जो है प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए अप्लाई करना चाहती हूँ. तो मतलब मैंने 3 एट्रीब्यूट्स लिए थे: फाइनेंशियल नॉलेज, फाइनेंशियल बिहेवियर एंड फाइनेंशियल एटीट्यूड. सो मुझे और इसमें क्या ऐड करना चाहिए?
When you submit your thesis, ma'am, there you write one thing like future prospect. Do you write that?
यस.
Just think that जो आपने वहां पे future prospects लिखे थे, ये तो आपने conclusions दे दिए. So you
Yes.
check you take those future prospects, take some students under you, some PhD, some MTech, some thesis students, postgraduate students with you, and you start working on this and
Okay.
find a topic from there. That will be very helpful. This is what I did in my PhD also. After completing my PhD, I had done some work on coatings. But at that time, nano was the buzzword. So I proposed, okay, I will work on nano coatings. So for that, I applied to DST and I got the project. The advantage is that because they will see my background also. I have already worked in coatings. Now I want to take some latest topic, that is nano coatings, which is better. So your background and your future, already you have done work in finance, but these are the new topics which I want to explore, and it will be simple because you have already worked in that.
ओके, थैंक यू मैम. मैम इन केस अगर फ्यूचर में कोई हेल्प की रिक्वायरमेंट हो तो आपकी
Definitely.
मेल आईडी
Yes.
मिल सकती है?
Yes, I will give you participants, please, anytime you want any help. Like I gave you one example, that lady, she was from South India, I forgot the state. She just listened to my lecture and she told me, rather I also got some new knowledge that I am applying for this spices project. So she wanted some help in applying for that. I was not aware of that, but I went through the document and I helped her in applying for that project. So if you need any help, so I have given my email, simple, my name, Neeraj Bala. So if you need any help in applying the project, about the project, you are most welcome.
Any other questions? Hello.
Yes, anybody else?
So much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Poonam ma'am. Most welcome, most welcome. Preferably kindly message us or email us, then if you have
Okay.
any problem. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a wonderful and interactive session. In fact, I think this is the session which has seen the maximum participation from the participants.
Hope
Your session was the most interactive and most, I'll say, interesting for them, I think so. So
Thank
that
you
means
so
there was some lacuna on our part when there was no interaction yesterday.
No, even if you don't get a project, but if you prepare a proposal, and please request to everyone, do try to submit a proposal, any type of proposal for which you are eligible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session and a very useful session, I'll say. I'm quite sure the kind of interaction that I have seen, that it is most useful. I'll say the most important session of the whole FDP from the participants' perspective. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much.
And look forward to your
Everyone.
support in the
Thank you.
future as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you, everyone. we will have the next session at 11:45. So kindly stay connected. We will have Dr. Hargovind Singh from NIT Bhopal, National Institute of Technology Bhopal, who is going to take the next session, and he's going to talk about project life cycle and project selection models. So stay connected. We'll rejoin at 11:45. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I'm audible.
You're audible, sir.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. So our resource persons have joined. So I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Hargovind Singh, who is currently serving as the faculty in the Department of Management Studies at NIT Bhopal. Regarding Dr. Hargovind, what I'll say is a very wonderful person, wonderful human being. And on the educational front, Dr. Singh has done his engineering in electrical stream and has done his MBA and PhD from Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, IIITM Gwalior. So Dr. Singh has a very rich experience of almost more than 2.5 decades in the domain of teaching, research, and consultancy, as well as he has been an entrepreneur as well. So a very, what I'll say, a unique mix of entrepreneurial and academician for that matter. And he has conducted number of training programs for both the government bodies and the non-government bodies, including the NCRT and other governmental organizations as well. So I'm very grateful that Dr. Singh, in spite of his busy schedule, has been able to take time out. So, sir, we welcome you to this second session of the third day of this FDP on project management for business startups. Regarding the participants, sir, participants are the faculty members of polytechnic colleges, engineering colleges, and management institutes, as well as from the domains of commerce and other domain as well. So there are a few research scholars as well. So we have around 30 plus participants in the individual capacity, while we have 4 remote centers. So one of the remote center is USMS Rayat Bahra University, Punjab. Another is Shri Guru Ram Rai University, Uttarakhand, Dehradun. Then we have Swami Vivekanand Global University, Jaipur, and Manipal University, Jaipur as the remote centers for this particular activity, sir. With this, I hand over the platform to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
So, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Ars, for your wonderful words. Always, you are so kind enough to call me for this knowledge sharing session. So, I believe I am audible and visible both. Am I, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, without taking too much time, I again thank Dr. Hers for conducting this program and calling me for the person to have a little knowledge sharing session. Let me start the PPT, then we'll have a further discussion. Is it visible?
No, sir. No, sir.
And also, sir, can you bring your mic a little bit closer, sir? So
Okay,
the
I'll
voice.
try that. I'll try to. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Now the voice is okay. But have you shared the screen?
Slide?
Not right now, sir. Yeah, it's now coming.
Okay, it's presenting. Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. You can put
Yes,
it
sir.
in slideshow mode as well, sir.
Okay. This is on slideshow mode only, sir. Is it visible on slideshow mode?
It's okay, sir.
No.
Not
Sir.
on the slideshow.
सर एक बार आप स्लाइड चेंज करके देखेंगे
हाँ देखूंगा सर देखूंगा लीजिए
करना प्लीज
हाँ चेंज द स्लाइड
नहीं हुई सर सर आप एक बार ना स्टॉप प्रेजेंटिंग करके हम दोबारा ट्राई करते हैं
मैं दोबारा ट्राई करता
जी
हूँ ओके ओके नो इशू
जी सर हम
एक बार
एंटायर
फिर-
स्क्रीन करेंगे राइट
एंटायर सिलेक्ट ठीक है
यस प्रेजेंटिंग एंटायर
एंटायर
स्क्रीन
सिलेक्ट
एंटायर स्क्रीन पे अभी नीचे एक विंडो आ रही होगी उस पर टैप कर दीजिए
अभी ठीक है
अभी हो रही है सर अभी हुई नहीं है
देखिए
नहीं नहीं सर, अभी नहीं हुई है।
नहीं हो रहा है?
नहीं,
मैं
आपने,
फिर से करता हूँ।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
ठीक है।
जी सर, आई एम योर टेक्निकल कोऑर्डिनेटर। कुछ भी इशू आएगा मैं
Okay,
हूँ।
thank you so much. Thank you. So what
जी।
I should do now? I should select entire screen, then
देन एक नीचे विंडो आ रही होगी, उस विंडो पे टैप करिए
कर दिया टैप सर। अब शेयर पे
एंड
क्लिक
नीचे
करूं?
शेयर पे, यस प्लीज।
ये किया मैंने।
जी, ओके, बट अभी हुआ नहीं है सर,
आपको क्या दिख रहा है अभी?
अभी कुछ नहीं आया है सर।
अरे,
डियर पार्टिसिपेंट्स, आपको स्क्रीन दिख रही है अभी? हाँ
सर
सर,
किसी
अब
को
हो
भी
गई।
अब आई,
Yes,
अब आई।
yes, अब आ गई सर, आ गई, परफेक्ट है सर।
ठीक है। अभी
सर,
अभी 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 पीपीटी
यस,
दिख रहा है?
हाँ जी सर, परफेक्टली दिख रहा है। अब इस पे जो बार आ रहा है, इस पे हाइड पे टैप कर दीजिए।
हाँ, मैं हाइट पे टैप कर, अभी ठीक है?
जी, ये एक बार आप चेंज करके देख लीजिए सर स्लाइड्स।
ठीक है, मैं देखता हूँ। अभी चेंज किया, ठीक है?
परफेक्ट है सर, परफेक्ट है, 100%
ओके,
परफेक्ट।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू
थैंक यू
सर,
बॉस, थैंक यू।
यू कैन कंटिन्यू सर, थैंक यू।
So good morning, everybody. Again, we all are aware the working in the metaverse is not as simple as we thought of. So this session is regarding the topic given to me, the project life cycle and the phases. Then I'll discuss the project selection models. So the entire session divided into two components. First component, which I'm going to discuss for a few minutes, project life cycle and phases, which is visible on your screen. Then the next phase, after some times, we will start again the another phase called project selection models. So I'm starting the project life cycle and phases. So, friends, I am aware that most of you are esteemed faculty members of the different institutions, government institutions of this country, and so you know the bits and bytes of the different disciplines. Some of you may be aware about the project science because you are coming from, most of you are coming from the engineering background or the management background and so on and so forth. So project life cycle is what is all about basically. When we discuss this project life cycle in the context of the business also, so we also discuss what is the difference between the project life cycle and the product life cycle and the revenue cycles, etc., etc. Today we will try to touch that. So basically, it's a kind of the travel with the time, travel of the efforts and the completion of a project. So basically, project life cycle gives us an idea about what will happen and when, and what will be the percentage of completion of a project, and what are the different activities required in each phase of the project life cycle. This is one way. But the problem is, each phase, once we divide, if we divide like our life cycle, so we have heard from our ancient the texts that we have the brahmacharya, then we have the grast, then we have vanprasth, then the sannyas. So entire life cycle being divided into four broader phases, and assuming that we live 100 years, so each phase will take 25 years. So this is a broader phase, and which each phase there are certain do's and don't do's, and the activity required being defined. Similar way, it's a very simple idea. The project life cycle entirely divided into certain phases for understanding. Although each phase, it is difficult for us to divide one phase from the another phase because it is a continuous process. It is not a discrete. So we'll discuss, and when each phase will come, so different management techniques, different operational requirement, different resource requirement will vary. When resource requirement will vary, then the completion percentage will vary. It means the rate of change, that is called speed, will also vary. And we know when speed will vary, it means the risk will also vary. So these are the certain dimensions we'll discuss, right? So that it will have a better idea in which phase of the project what need to be taken care and what we can avoid it for a successful project with minimum risk and minimum casualties. I'm starting now. So basically, what are the major characteristics to define project? Friends, I believe that I believe I can take the assumption only that earlier resource person they have discussed what is project, what is not the project, etc., etc. So I'm not discussing. I'm directly jumping to the project life cycle and its phases. So there are certain characteristics those can define a project. Its importance can define the performance, how a particular project is performing. And we know the construction from this highway to the launching the satellite, these all category of the projects we have heard, right? Government project, then the private project, then PPP modeling, etc., etc. So performance, there another characteristics which need to be defined. Then there is the life cycle, then the interdependency, then the uniqueness of each project, because the definition of a project itself is it's a unique endeavor with objectives. It means uniqueness is one of the important characteristics to say this particular activity is a project. It's not a process at all. I can give you an example. I hope you are clear, but just to connect the session, I'm just taking the initial beginning for this particular session. So we are aware uniqueness. So the resources required, we know, right? It depends on the kind of the project we are handling and the kind of the ecosystem within that project we are handling, then different kind of the conflict. It's not only the behavioral conflict of the individuals which we teach in organization behavior and human resource management. It's not only that. It's also the conflict of the resources. For example, I'm running a construction company, so my one of the JCB machine is busy with another project and I'm needing in another project, project number 2 also. So there are the conflict related to the resources. Resources can be living and non-living both. So our personals, our machinery, etc., etc. So this is all about. So these are the major characteristics of the project management basic. So here we are discussing only one characteristics in detail. We'll try to touch that in detail. That is called life cycle of the project. How these cycles vary during the entire life of the project itself. So basically, broadly, standard division of a project life cycle goes with the broader 4 phases. It's not compulsory. One can have 3 phases, 2 phases, or the multiple other more than 4 phases, etc. So for the convenience to understand the entire project life cycle being divided into 4 phases. First phase is the initiation part. We will discuss each phase in detail. Second phase is the planning part. So we'll try to learn also what is the difference between the initiation part of the project life cycle and the planning part. Then there is a third phase, as we are aware, because engineering people know the prototyping and development of the products, etc., etc. So this is similar kind of the situation. So the third phase, we are already aware that is called implementation part. Whatever you have thought of in initiation part, then meticulously planned different activities, their logical sequence, and that has to come in reality. So that there is the implementation part. When something will completed during the implementation part, so there is a last phase comes, that is called 4th phase, called the closure of the project. I am again repeating, we will discuss each phase in detail and their sub-activities too. So there is a closure phase. Closure phase is related to the different sub-activities also. So releasing the resources which you have contracted or the hired or the procure, and sending the closure reports to the stakeholders, informing the stakeholders, right, etc., etc. So final touch of the projects. I'm again repeating, starting from construction of the house up to the designing of the hydrogen engines for the car, or up to the launching the satellite. So we have different heterogeneous nature of the projects. This is all about. So we take in consideration keep in mind, we are discussing not only the construction related projects, but we are discussing the project by a large different category of projects. So this is all about it. These are the phases. When we include all phases in a continuous manner, this they make out the project life cycle is all about. Let me go in detail. So this is something project life cycle look like. And we all know x-axis we have the time, and time I believe time is not a right word to use on x-axis. It's all about the duration. So we know the start time and we know the end time, completion time, finishing time. So the time between the initiation or the start to the end becomes the duration. So and the y-axis, you know, the level of total efforts required. Friends, efforts comes from where? Efforts comes from the involvement of the resources. So we know all that work, power, etc., calculations in operation management. So 2 people will work for 2 days, so this much we completed. 200 people will work for 2 days, this much work will be completed. So it means the efforts on y-axis. So it means by this graph we can easily understand, right? It is simplest graph for the project life cycle, which is showcasing the effort versus the duration, that is called time. So in obviously in initial part the minimum efforts will be required, but you will again discuss in detail why minimum efforts are required and what kind of the efforts activities we have to complete in the initiation phase, phase 1. Similarly, in planning phase, the efforts will be little more efforts is required than the initiation part, that is called phase 2. So what are the different activities are involved between with the planning phase, the planning activities, what are the different activities? Similarly, we have discussed in the last slide the third phase where the maximum efforts is required. Maximum efforts means the maximum resources will be involved to have the implementation part. It means transforming the thought process, the conceptual part into the reality, the virtuality into the reality. So whatever happening in your brain now happening on the field. So the completion part, that is called implementation part. So changing into the reality. The next part, the last phase of the project life cycle includes the closure. It means you are about to complete the project. It means something has to be. Now there is a time to complete, time to give the final touch, that is called finishing touch. So for take the example of the construction, so the electrification, the furnishing, then the polishing, then the painting, it's all about to all everything is going on about to close it. So this is all about the 4 phases in the simplest way. But the problem, interesting story starts once we take a phase 1, suppose, or a phase 2, or phase 3, or phase 4. Each phase will have its own life cycle, right? So even though initiation will have its own individual life cycle, similarly planning will have its own individual life cycle. Implementation will have its own life cycle. It means it will have its own the initiation, peak, and the decline. Similarly for closure. Closure phase will have its own, although it's a one phase of the complete life cycle, but closure individually will have its own life cycle where it will start, then it will go to the peak, and it will decline similarly. Let's see what is happening in that. This is all about the detailed project life cycle, which each phase. So look at that. The first part, what is called in green, initiation part. So initiation means the people are thinking what to do. Suppose one person is about thinking about to develop some new product, or to start a business, or to design a new kind of the heritage building. It means to conceptualization part, choosing the alternatives. What is best, what is not best, what is the feasibility study, I'll start or not. So brainstorming session is going on. So 2-3 people are sitting together and they are thinking, right? So initiation part. So initiation part, like a prototyping. In slide, there is green ground, right? So we are defining. What is defining basically? Friends, here we need to go back to the definition of the project itself. Why we need a project? Friends, project is nothing but it's a unique solution of a common problem, right? Like development of the COVID vaccine. That was the project, right? So it means there is a problem. Suppose now we are perceiving that down the line 50 years or 60 years, I'm not aware about that exact the duration, exact years, but we are thinking the fossil fuel will vanish. So we have started developing the hydrogen engines for the cars, right? It means we are another problem. I have some dream. We should have a shrinkable cars who can cater the problem of parking, right? When I want the car should be large and I want the car should be small so that I can park. But the materials are not available. There is another story. What I mean to say? I mean to say we identify a problem. So problem statement is a part of the definition of a project. So which is written on the x-axis. So defining a project means you are identifying a problem and writing a problem in a context, right? So when you are defining a problem or writing a problem statement with the context, it means it's the first part of the initiating the project. Then to developing certain solutions on a smaller scale, fixing its fixtures. So civil engineers can understand. Fixing its fixtures means what? Developing some little components which you have thought of in problem definitions. So designing part. So designing, after designing part, procurement of the resources and developing the full-fledged features of a solution of a problem, right? Like a COVID vaccine. Not that is called developmental part. It means the initiation, the phase, earlier it was the one component of the entire project life cycle. It will have its own complete life cycle, which will have the growth, then it will have its peak, then it will have its decline also. Similarly, with the planning part, which is visible in blue, right? Planning phase. So planning phase will include definition, design, development, and deployment. It means, what does it mean? People can say, sir, it is entering in the third phase, what is called implementation. Friends, planning will continue because planning for resources, procurement of the resources, global sourcing, we need to do. Suppose you want to design some wonderful the laptop or the iPhone or the flexible machines, what do you need to do? We have to procure the material from the global sources, right? So it means we need to plan for that. You can ask for the technology transfer. So planning, like we teach R&D projects also, R&D management. It means planning will be the component of the designing, development, and deployment all up to the departure. Similarly, the another phase, which is called the implementation, right? Which is in yellow on the screen, right? So what we need when we are implementing, it means it should not go wrong. It means actually the ground or the reality should be as we thought of in virtual. It means what was the conceptual framework we have thought of, the reality should come in same way. It means we need a continuous monitoring, whether we are going in a right direction or not. So evaluation, execution, it means converting virtuality into actual results on the ground. Then it's need a evaluation whether we are going in a right direction or not on a defined parameters. So we check. We have seen that all the practices and the practical purpose. The mason, when mason construct a wall, after constructing a 2-3 feet, he always try to measure it, whether he is going in a vertical right direction or not. So that is what continuous monitoring and matching with the actual results and the expected results. So the controlling and monitoring is required. That is called the part of the evaluation. So that is what in yellow. It will continue until unless the project will complete, right? So similarly, the closing part, which I have already defined, let me discuss in steps-wise detail also, so that you can have a textual material too. This is all about the phases, which I have already explained. 4 phases we have: initiation part, planning part, implementation, and closure. Check this: initiation phase, project definition, defining the projects. It means it's not only defining the project. Defining the project means identifying a problem and developing a solution. Development of the solution itself a project. So this is the meaning of the defining a project. You are one have identified a problem, trying to develop a solution for that problem. Is this entire process is known as a project. So defining the constraints. We have the constraints. What are the constraints? That is what we select in this world. Even though rather than world, we take the example of Indian context only. We have so many problems. We have the sanitation problem, we have the education problem, then we have the infrastructure related problems, we have the parking problems, we have the healthcare related health sector problems, so on and so forth. But we can't cater, as a project management company, can we cater each problem? The answer is no. Why the answer is no? The reason, we have limited constraints. There is a problem. Problem is what? There are so many colleges which don't have sufficient faculty. But me and Dr. Harskan can't solve that, the problem. We have constraints, right? So this is so it means each project will have its own limitations, constraints. Under those constraints related to resources, like budget, like duration. What happened with the COVID vaccine? We were not normal. The testing life cycle of any vaccine takes 8 to 10 years, but we were not having time, right, to test it so large. So there was time constraints. So budget constraints, schedule constraints, resource constraints. I was dreaming we should have a flexible cars. Whenever I want, the size of car will shrink or should shrink, and whenever I want, it should be large, so that my complete family can travel. But such kind of the nano materials, durable materials are not available, right? So these are the kind of the constraints. The problem statement. The success, let me tell you friends, I think some of you, maybe the PhD scholars, or some of you have completed your PhD, or some of you may be planning for the PhD. The success of any project depends on how beautifully you are defining the problem statement. Take from me. It means problem statement should include the context, the reason, why you're taking up, and the methodology, how you do it, and the findings, the estimated findings. After completion of the project, this will be the outcome. And it should be crisp. It means, when I say crisp, let me give you, it means it should include within 4 to 5 lines, or not more than 6 lines. हाँ दीक्षा, जल्दी बोलिए सर, समझे आप आना चाहे तो आ जाए, ठीक है चलो, हाँ 2 बजे के बाद. So this is So this is all about the initiation phase, which I have discussed earlier also. So I am discussing in detail. The second phase, next phase, that is called greener one, the planning part. So we should have a detailed planning. Detailed planning means what? We have to meticulously identify the activities in each phase. So we should know these are the activities and their logical sequence. This activity A1 will come first, then A2 we have to complete it, and within certain number of the activities, this planning phase will be completed. Right? Suppose you want to hire a consultant. So when you intimate the consultant, when you take the permission from the consultants, so we know that you must have, some of you or all of you must have gone through the interesting example of the project management that is called SADI. SADI is a unique endeavor for each one of you. Other people are thinking it's a common, but everybody, when the groom and the bride are, they are thinking that their marriage is a unique endeavor. It means they know the activities involved in that, how meticulously they design. They know the logical sequence. So you can't change the sequence. Some of activities you can do it parallelly to save the time, and some of the activities you can't do parallel. And their sequence is decided. You can't change the sequence also. This is the meaning of the detailed planning. Estimation. It means the projection. Nothing has happened, but we are planning for future. Planning is always for future. We all are aware. It means we are estimating, right? So that is not the cost. That is called budget. We are thinking this much money may require and this much time will we have to invest. So we are planning for budget and time. That is called basically indirectly we are thinking, we are planning for the estimating for the resources required, manpower, money, machinery, technology, etc., etc. Taking into consideration some uncontrollable parameters, etc. So the third phase, blue, right? Execution phase. Execution means again turning planning into the reality, whatever you plan. So now there's a high time to convert into the actuality and reality, real results. So what do you need? You need a team. You need a skilled team. So we separately teach the project management skill sets and the responsibility of the project managers. So we need to have a wonderful, technically, behaviorally sound team. Many classes we give the example of construction of the Burj Khalifa. Friends, Burj Khalifa seems to be the example of the construction projects, which is not the case. It is a classical example of communication management where Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Russian, Chinese, Indians all were working together and probably they don't know their language each other. So that was a classical example. And the lighting the last, the pinnacle of the tower. So the person, the leader, it's a classical example of the leadership. So it means I'm not giving you the detail right away because time is not permitting me. But I'm just trying to expose you in the different dimensions so that we can have a broader perspective related to execution, project team. So normally what happened? The company or the agency or the government, if you are thinking about the government projects, government recruit the project manager, which is called team leader, and team leader recruits the entire team. This is a basic phenomena normally followed by the project management companies. Then the acquisition, acquiring that which sometimes you call the procurement of the resources, which I have already defined, right? So manpower procurement, machinery procurement, etc., etc., raw material procurement, whatever is required for the converting the planning into the reality. So development and management. So that is what we need to understand. Entire development had to ensure, and the development of the ensuring development, all management concept is to be implemented. Now last phase. Last phase is all about the closure. Friends, closure, although in project management science, it's a compulsory condition, we have to keep inform our stakeholders, whatever happening in each phase. So the circle of trust should be very strong with your stakeholders. Suppose you are running a construction company to sell the houses to the individuals, to keep them in confidence, ask them in between to visit your sites. Normally, construction company try to ignore it because they want to save the cost and sometimes trying to use the subgraded raw materials, which is not the right idea. So in closure of the phase of the project, monitoring, evaluation, controlling is always required, but the stakeholders, informing the stakeholders end, which is not written on slide, which is the reason of evolving the project management science called lesson learned. Learned is the most important takeaway for the company. It's not the profit. So that the lesson learned from this particular project can be taken for the next project as a company, which is not written on the price. So closure of the project should be taken care very meticulously. We should be very clear in closure phase what the kind of the project report we want, how to document it, how to release the resources, how to keep the inform your stakeholders, so how to keep the inform your sponsors, investors, etc. Because you are not going to close down your project management company with a single project. So we have to understand this. The closing of the project is the most important phase of the project life cycle. This is all about. This I have already discussed in detail, right? Initiation part, adding problem, right? So people think problem, but enterprise people think of it's not a problem, it's an opportunity, and they take each problem with certain constraints as a opportunity, and they develop the solution, and development of the solution itself a kind of the business. Check the feasibility. Whatever I'm thinking, let me continue with my own example, right? Design a flexible car. Idea is very good. It sounds so wonderful, but it's not feasible at all. We don't have nanomaterials. I believe some of you may be expert teaching the nanoscience and micro materials, etc. Right? I'm not expert in that, but it's not feasible because we don't have material till today. Those can be used for the manufacturing of a car. So feasibility study, economic feasibility, and more than that, if you are developing some technology intensive products, because our entire era is an AI, BI, CI, so everywhere we are feeling we should include this AI everywhere. So what about the social feasibility of the products? Once you are developing a solution of a problem, we should take in consideration the respondents, the user also. So economic feasibility. So technology related project should be affordable, accessible, and available to all, so that you will have a bigger base of buyers. Otherwise, the economic feasibility will not come. It's not only the economic feasibility, it's also the project management company should take the responsibility of the social feasibility. The technology, we know, we are aware. Let me give you a little idea about it. I can't explain on online classes, but let me give you a little idea. There are certain things in other countries they are selling in their the retail stores, but we are not able to do so. The reason, our society, we feel it's not feasible in our society to sell those products. There are so many things. So we need to understand the social, economical, technological, and different, even including the political. Political, when I say political, I mean to say the law of land. Law of land is not supporting that particular project. So we need to understand when you're taking up a particular project, check this all. Project manager appointment, which I've already explained. But it's not a simple, and the 80 to 90% success of any project which you are doing completing during the initiation phase depends on the appointment and the skill set of the project manager, because he is the captain of the ship, right? How much courage, patience. There are not only the technical, he should or she should not only be sound in technical skills, but he should be very good in behavioral skill also. He should have a empathy in his or her heart, so that he will feel right? So when this project will be delivered, so what will be changed in the society? What this project, how much value this project will create for the society? So the entire success depends on the project management, recruitment of project management. Work group to be identified. We know that when government or any project management, bigger project management companies take their projects, they identify a task group, and the qualifications. Even our institutions, when director launch a particular project, so director identify the people and they should be good enough in that. Approvals, that document. So government agency of government approvals, NOCs, environmental pollution approvals, NOCs, etc., etc. So lies an impact. So initiation we have to understand. Planning, although friends I've discussed in detail, but for a while we can go in again repetition mode. Development of detailed project solutions. So what are the different features of a solution? Like, let me continue with the next example. COVID vaccine is a good. So, but it's not only should cater the need of the COVID problem. It should all be the project manager, the project management company. Those are in the plan to develop in COVID vaccine. They should also know the side effects one, right? Detailed project solution, detailed of the project solution, right? Shape, size, transportation, right? Storage, everything has to be meticulously planned, right? Expiry date, then the price part, right? The awareness part, the utilization part, right? So and so forth. And schedule we know when, what will happen when. So we should have a detailed schedule. Scheduling, let me tell you, the scheduling, when we initially teach the project management science, we teach performance, cost, and the car. Other one, performance, performance, quality, and the time or cost. So let me tell you, when we are capable enough to manage the schedule or the time, the cost will be controlled because we are aware. Next part of my session, I'll show you the data also, right? Most of the project in our country, specifically government projects, will not complete, and they are not completing even on time. So I'm connecting from Bhopal. So there is one government project called One Vivag building, forest building. They have started this project with 80 crore rupees initial cost, and they have completed with 180 crore rupees. They have initially thought of within a 9 months the entire building will be completed, but it took 3 years. You could check out around you also. So it means we are not capable enough to stick for the schedule. And when your schedule is escalating, it means definitely your cost will go up because raw material, inflation, so many parameters come in, right? So that is what we need to understand. So scheduling is the most important part. Another, the evidence to why the deciding the importance of the schedule is when you check the different softwares of project management, you will find that 90% of the project management related softwares which industry is using are the schedule management softwares. So schedule management is a core, right? So schedule preparation is a difficult job because it's required a select time, it's required a lead time, how much select is actually required, the optimization of the select, right? So this is we need to define. Then task. Each work package divided into different tasks. So task required a resources. Resources means for us is a cost, right? So task. So how much skill? What type the skill? What type the resources? How much cost? How much time? A particular task required to be completed. So resourcing strategy. And what should be the strategy? We need to work out the action plan, right? So strategy, what we call strategy, nothing but present actions and decisions, right? So these are the decisions we will take. Fixing the responsibilities. So we teach separately the linear responsibility chart. We separately teach work breakdown structure. I think some of the resource person have already explained that. So I'm not discussing the scope. What will the coverage of this particular the project, and what are the resources need to come together. So these are the scope management, budgeting part. You know, we are estimating only, right? Taking in consideration the different the parameters, including inflation, then the dollar price, the rupees price, and so on and so forth. Risk management, right? It's not only the financial risk; it's also the manpower risk, right? So when we take the example of the DMRC, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, this is a classical case. It is not the case of completing the project on time, but it's sort of a classical case of with minimum casualties. So planning should also include the planning to minimizing the risk of the casualties, right? So hygiene related measures has to be taken care. Depends on the kind of the project, right? Safety, security, right? Accidental problems, emergency measures, so that quality assurance, right? So continuous monitoring and evaluation will give you for quality conformance. So we should have an idea what exactly the planning should include, what exactly the quality being perceived after completion of the project, and what are the different steps, actions need to be taken care during the individual phase of the project life cycle. So quality conformance plan we should have. Implementation I have already explained in detail. Plan put into the action. So again, all resources will come together and will try to make it reality, right? So continuous monitoring is required, right? Everything is going in a swing way, right? So building is now visible on the ground. First floor, second floor, third floor, and highways is when we are constructing, suppose 1 kilometer per day, etc., etc. So it means, so we know that implementation part. Appropriate adjustments are to be made. Right? We always try to estimate. We always try to predict. We always try to forecast the different conditions about to come during the implementation of the project. But we can't predict everything. We are not the astrologers, right? So there are certain 5 to 10% parameters, maybe the policy related. In between, government will change. Nobody thought of before the COVID will come, right? So many small the project management companies, now they are the bankrupt. So what are the different adjustments are to be made? Right? So natural calamities may come, some other. So we do the pastel analysis, political, economical, social, technological, environmental, etc., etc. So we have to also estimate. We have to also forecast the quantum of adjustment are required. So recording of variance from the original plan. So these adjustments basically the variances, the reasons of variances to be recorded. So in next project we should understand. ये नहीं होगा, right? So, and if you want exact outcome as we plan for, what are the measures has to be taken care. Stakeholders should be kept informed, which I already explained, right? उनको बता दें. Closure termination part, releasing the final deliverables to the customers, buyers, or the clients, basically, or the stakeholders. Right? It's not always that the project will have the monetary returns. Government projects, welfare related projects, NHAI projects may or may not have the monetary returns, but it will definitely will have the deliverables as a value. So how much value a particular project is delivering, right? So we need to explain it, we need to ensure it, and we need to document it. Handing over the project documentation, prepare the proper documentation part, right? Terminating the contracts. Suppose you have hired some experts, you have hired some machinery, right? So we have this time to terminate the contracts so that your cost will not be continued. Releasing the project resources, that is all. Communicating the project to all stakeholders, I have already explained, right? Lesson learned study. This is most important and closer to my heart. So you learn. ये हमने गलती की, इसके कारण ऐसा होगा. So next time we will have to take it. So document properly. This is only takeaway rather than the profit. Profit is also required for sustainability and growth of the project management company like L&T and Government India. But lesson learned is also most important, right? Otherwise, we have seen this history. When Taj Mahal was constructed or Pyramid of Greece was constructed, there was no project management science, but they have been constructed. Was a difference? Difference in lesson learned. This is all about the closer part of this the part. So now my audience is my all friends who are attending this session, now they are little clear. So project completion. Initially slow start because meetings are going on, planning is going on, etc., etc. And quick momentum when you are converting plan into the actions or reality. And slow finish means what? The project is about to complete. Furnishing, electrification, polishing, painting is all is going on. So in between, the momentum will be very quick. And this quick momentum, the major part of the completion of any particular project. So this is all about. And this is the effort level, which I have already explained, right? When you require a peak efforts, why to conception phase, on x-axis, selection, right? Selection part. Planning, scheduling, monitoring, controlling, all are together and they are on a part of the implementation and execution, below evaluation and termination. So peak efforts in between, right? It's a third phase of the project. So this is all I have explained in detail, and this is the pictorial view of the efforts and the activities cycle. This is something risk and uncertainty, right? So we all are aware. Rather than I discuss this part, this is an interesting part, right? So what do we do? Normally when we plan for a project, we take 10 to 15% plus minus, right? हमने कोई business start किया. We have started some small business. So I thought of it will about the estimated the cost. It means it will 20 lakh rupees. So 20, 18. So range is 18 to 22. So you decide plus minus 10% or whatever you want. So the acumen and the intelligentsia of the project manager and this dotted lines from upper and the bottom dotted lines is a zone of risk, right? So when the project management team and the conditions are favorable, so they can control that, they minimize this risk. So we need to understand, estimate the risk, and we need to understand this is the part where, and when the project management team and the conditions will control it from upper part to lower part, the vertical lines, it will be smaller band, and that will contribute into the profitability. So that is what we need to minimize the risk. When you control the risk, it means definitely it will be a part of the profit or the value generated. When you are generating more value, more profit, it means you are distributing that profit to the stakeholders and they will continue with you. So we need to have an intelligent team. And so to do so, it is better to divide, evaluate the entire project in between where it is cost is shooting up. So take the corrective measures in between. It's not always we should evaluate end of the project. It's a bad idea. It is better idea in between. We should have a actual results, expected results, and their difference. So expected results minus actual results equal to the error. So we need to take that corrective measures for that error in between. So it decided by the project management company and project management team as and when they want these corrective measures, but these are the risk controlling measures for a project. So this is, friends, all about the project management life cycle. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please do ask. So within a minute, I'll start the next part.
So participants, any questions for the project life cycle domain? Any questions till project life cycle? I think so. There are no questions at all right now. You can
Okay.
proceed ahead with the next portion, sir.
Okay. So let me start my new PPT. Then let me continue.
सर कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रही है?
He's just starting
No
another,
problem.
ओके
I'm starting a new session. Next session.
next PPT.
Next PPT. So is it visual to all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon, all of you. I hope you are not sleeping in this session, right? Okay. So I've completed the project life cycle session. Let me start the new session called as directed by the Dr. Harsh and your institute to conduct the session on project selection also. So I am starting now. Within few minutes, I will probably will continue before the specified time given to me. So now, let me start from there only where I have completed. What is the project again? I am repeatedly saying this. Project is an interesting the endeavor, which means I mean to say uh, it's a solution. It's a solution of a problem. The problem, a common problem, and the solution is a unique one, right? But fortunately, unfortunately, we have multiple problems around us, right? So we need to understand which problem we should take up. To understand, because we have constraints, we don't have unlimited fund, we don't have infinite capacity, we don't have infinite skill set. We means the project management company. So it means within the constraints, we have to select the project, which project we should take care. Suppose there is a availability of the project and we want to tender for the projects, highway construction, stadium construction. I'm taking a layman example. Hospital construction for government hospital construction, and we are running a small construction company in any city. So we know what's our turnover of our company. So we can't bid for all projects. So we have limitations. Now, so the selection of the project, which project has to be bid for and which project we have to ignore, we should not bid for. It means we should have some tool. This should help us, right? Like when in OPD, different patients come to the doctor, doctor having tool to diagnose which patient should be admitted and which patient should not be admitted. So it means we should have a tool to select the projects. The tool to select the projects is known as a project selection models. Number one, right? It means project selection depends on the models. Models will help to select the projects. But we have different types of the project selection models. It means we should know what are the different types of the models for project selection, and when a particular model for selecting the project to be used. So this is the question, the basic fundamental question, which we will try to address within 15 to 20 minutes. So let me start the project selection models. This was the data I was discussing. We know that, right? Every company, what? One project delay, other will delay. Insufficient use of the resources, right? We have to optimize the resources, machinery, manpower. We have to understand the difficulties, bottlenecks. But the data says 30% of all projects are cancelled in mid-stream. It looks like a fake data, but let me give you the another idea. You check out around you, specifically in rural areas. There are pulia, there are bridges, there are dams, right? In between, आधा ही बना है, आधा नहीं बना, right? Schools, government schools, so half completed and waiting for fund to release. So ठेकेदार is not there. So we need to understand that. And this is one problem. But another bigger problem than this, the suit up of the duration and the cost. Friends, once you are, suppose from the client point of view, suppose you are the buyer, you want to buy a duplex in Chandigarh or in Bhopal, which is for 1 crore rupees. You are booked with some building, the builder, construction company. In between of the project, the builder or construction company will call you and ask for 20 lakh rupees more. Will you give? Answer is no. It means the construction company compelled to complete the project on time and within cost. To take all the measures, whatever is required. So that is what we need to understand, the right way of doing the end selection of the projects. So that is what the models are required. Project selection models. I repeat, or I keep repeating, don't worry. We have to select the model and model will select the projects, correct? So this session is not all about the project selection criteria. This session is all about the selecting the models, and model will help to select the projects. Clear? Fine. So it means the doctor need to find which tool is good. The stethoscope is good, thermometer is good, or MRI is good, or CT scan is good. Right? So this is what it's all about. Models are used to select the projects. All models simplify reality, right? They will give you a better idea about the problems, about the opportunity, about the risk, right? And why these criteria called model, we'll also discuss this part, right? Fine. Every company wants more. No company wants a failure in the project, right? Wastage of the resources. No company wants that a individual project will hurt their profitability and their competitiveness, and all the stakeholders will go away, and your brand image will also diminish. No company can afford this, right? So this is the reason, right? No doctor can't afford the diagnosis will be wrong. So doctor need a particularly meticulous designed tools for the diagnosis, right? So that is what the model is all about. No model, but the problem is, what is the problem? Because thermometer only capable enough to give you the temperature, but thermometer can't give you the reason of the temperature, reason of the fever. Reason of the fever may be the infection in some part of the body. So we need to understand this, the limitations of the model also, right? But again, for similar kind of the situation, MRI will give you the idea about the infection, but MRI is not sufficient to talk about the temperature of the body. What do we need? We need a model. We need a tool which can give us a broader perspective, a good batting average, right? And all the models are difficult to use, right? Fine. So now the question comes: you want to start a hospitals, so how to purchase the tools? What are the criteria on what the models to be tested first? So models should have a features, or the selection criteria for a model should be: first criteria is realism. I'll discuss in detail. I'm just reading the list first. Realism. Then the second selection criteria is the capability. Third is the flexibility. Next is easy to use. Another one, inexpensive. The model should not eat the entire profitability of the company, right? Inexpensive, easy to implement. It should not require a rocket science, right? So we will not be able to find the person with a skill which should be used for using the models, right? So we need to understand the criteria. I'll discuss in detail. Don't worry. Realism. What is the realism? Actually, the model should understand the ground reality, right? Friends, because most of you are from the ST faculty members, that is what I'm trying to refrain myself to give you the silly definitions, but otherwise I can give you what is a model, what is not. We all teach the development of the models, right? It's a logical, the logical relationship of the variables, right, for a particular objectivity. So that's, I'm not discussing that. So the realism, the model should include the objectives of the firms, what firms actually want. Firms want brand value, or firms want a monetary returns, or long-term returns, or short-term returns, right? Or something else. So it should be very clear. Need to include firm expertise as well as limitations. The model should also include what are the expertise of our firm. Each firm has its own competency area, right? Some companies are very good in construction highways. Some companies are very good in construction in buildings, and it is the very rare firms have the vice versa, right? Some firms are very good in manufacturing or development of the electric rail engines like GE. And some companies are very good in developing the cryogenic engines. So we need to understand that. So the model should include the expertise as well as the limitations, right? After this limitation, the model will not work, right? And the model should also capable enough to compare the different projects, right? Because we need to select the model out of different model projects are available. That should be the main feature, right? On certain grounds, right? On cost maybe, right? On maybe the market share, how much market share will improve after taking this project. So model should have the estimation of reality, because we are forecasting. We are about to bid. We have not done anything till the moment. We are planning. We are assuming for future. So we need to understand. Capability. Model should be capable enough to deal with the project's varying resource requirement, right? It should not stick for a particular category of the resources only, right? It should have a inclusive features, right? Right. So on a particular category, it should include the varying resource requirements. Maybe take the example of manpower. So the model should have a provisions to include the different capabilities of the different levels of the workers. top floor, middle level, top level, etc., etc. Varying time period. The model should be capable enough to work in different time zones. Friends, nowadays we are running in business, running in projects on irrespective of the time. It means we deal with the different time zones globally. So models should be capable enough to take in consideration of different time zones. Varying probability of the success. If this probability of the success, then model will give the different findings, and different probability of the success, model should be capable enough to calculate the different probabilities. Right? Right. Flexibility. The model should not only take up a specific kind of the projects. Right? Model should be capable enough to take different kind of the work profiles, and it should be capable enough to evolve with the time zone and the environment. Otherwise, what will happen? Each year, after 2-3 years, we have to again look for the new model, right? MRI machine, each year the MRI machine will obsolete, we need to purchase. So it should be accommodating and updating in nature. Softwares, you see, our app on mobile, to update, it will work. It should not, you should download the new one. So model should be model should have a feature of flexibility, easy to use. You should require a rocket science to use it, right? There are certain models. Let me give you an example. Also, some of you may be aware. Those are working for this the different kind of the models and the technological assets. That is called suppose there is software called Smart PLS, and there is a software called the MS Excel. Both are utilized for the data science, right? But both the models will require a different kind of the capacity. Both the models will require a different kind of the capacity for the user, right? And we need to hire, we need to recruit, we need to update, we need to train them, and each thing need to go the updation of the skills or the updation or recruitment of the capable individuals again required the investment of the money. That is called, it will increase our project management cost. When cost will go up, definitely profitability will go down, and profitability will go down. You will not able to distribute the dividends, good dividends among your stakeholders. They all will go away. And they all will go away, your stock market will crash, and ultimately you will be out of the market. It will hurt your competitiveness. So we need to be very meticulous when we are selecting the models. This is all about inexpensive. What does it mean? The data, although in India we circulate the questionnaire in PhD, people are so kind, they respond free of cost. But all data is not free. Ask people, those are working in the secondary data, right? So we need to procure CMI database, this database, Bloomberg database, this database, that database, to apply the different models. A model has to test it. People are working in the bioinformatics. They need a data from different agencies, right? And data is not free. That is cost, right? So we need to understand the model should be in such a way so that it should not eat the entire profitability of the company, whether the gathering of the data is concerned or running of the model is concerned, right? So we need to understand that. Easy to implement. I have already given the example. Simplest, people are doing risk modeling in financial management. Most of you may be aware, right? In our government offices, their accountant is sitting, so they are using what they are using, Excel sheet. But some of the institutions having their own softwares. So Excel sheet is free. Earlier they were doing in Excel, but they have procured the softwares, Tally or this and that, just to calculate the tax. Calculation of the tax or other work also is or part of the modeling. X plus Y percentage, then divided by this and that. So it means it should have a easy implementation, right? So we have understood that. Now these are the features which we have discussed. What are the different categories of the models, right? Friends, and I'm also in a speed, don't worry. I'll complete the lecture within the time. So different types of the models we have. Broadly, we have two categories of the models. Let me tell you one part. Earlier, ask the builder, the construction company, to senior person, maybe the owner of the company, used to decide, I'll tender for this particular project, not this particular project. What was the basis? There was no numerical calculations, the gut feeling, right? People are starting their business. They don't apply scientific process. Ask Kirana wala, ask ready wala, ask a small, those are starting a new business, right? So there are two broader categories of the project selection models. One, non-numeric, and another is the numeric one. What is a non-numeric one? Non-numeric models are basically the justification. So you ask your friend, how you started the business? Are somebody told me, I also feel the same, so I started my business. So non-numeric value, no calculations being involved for selection of the projects on the basis of the justifications. So let me give you another theory of basically the selection of the models is nothing but it's in decision science, right? So I'm deciding this. So we have two categories of decision science. One, the intuition based, and another is the intelligence based, right? So non-numeric models are basically the intelligent, that are the intuition based justification. I've created my justification, right? So I feel this person is good, right? I'm recruiting this person. I feel this project will give us a profitability, so I'm bidding for this project. So there is no numeric values involved. Numeric models are purely calculative models, right? What does it mean? We will have a calculation. If you put this much money, invest this much money, this is inflation rate, time value of money, this is the NPV, so this will be profitability, right? This will be cost, this will be ratio, so, and the calculation will come out. So we have two different categories of models, non-numeric and numeric models. Let me discuss one by one. Non-numeric models, I've already explained, they are just the intuition based, or more on that, they are the justifications to bid for a project, right? Sacred cow, what does it mean? Top bosses will decide. They will not calculate even, the senior people, right? So MDS started their business. The gentleman thought of, I'll do this. There was no calculation involved in that. The project is started. So, but there is a guideline. If we are the management consultant for a particular project management company, so we can understand the mid-size up to mid-size companies, small companies and mid-size companies, or a small project or the mid-size projects. We can adapt this method, intuition based or the suggestions by the top management. So senior people will decide, may or may take the calculations in hand. So sacred cow, operating necessity, right? For survival, right? Suppose now every company is started manufacturing the SUVs. They understand. Otherwise it is difficult for them to survive. One classical example I can give you. Earlier, we all are aware there was one CD company was there, Mogerware. Now there is no CD business like this. So they have started the power company. For survival of the firm. Otherwise, you have to shut down the company. What happened with the employees? What happened with your assets, liabilities, etc. The competitiveness, position in the market. We have to launch, right? iPhone 16, iPhone 18. So competitiveness. Product line extension. We can go for red lux, blue lux, this line, that, right? Comparative benefits, rank order based on the perceived benefits. So this next project will give us more benefits, right? So we bid for that. Now the numerical models. Within few minutes I'll complete. I'll wind up. So as I've already explained, numeric models will use the numeric values. Calculations will be done. Integer will be used. Example is MS Excel, softwares, Tally, etc., etc. So those models using the numeric values as a input or as a return or a output comes under the category of the numeric models for deciding this project is good for bidding and which project is not good for bidding. Now we have two major categories. Profitability, we check the profitability on certain calculation basis, and another is the scoring method. Priority may not be the profitability, financial priority, maybe every other priority like welfare related projects or normally own the government. So we have different categories. Profitability related projects, finance people know, they calculate the payback periods. I'm investing 100 rupees, so when my money will come? What will be the net present value? So we have different types of the financial models and profitability based models, payback period, discounted cash flow, because in payback period method, the time value of money is not included, right? So we have better discounted cash flow. Then we have internal rate of returns. Then we can create the profitability index. These all are the different kinds of the models, depends on the calculation of the profitability, right? There is some example which is not required, calculating the payback period, how to calculate it. कि मेरा पैसा कब वापस आ जाएगा, इतना लगा रहा हूँ कब वापस आएगा, कितने साल में वापस आएगा. So this is all about. So there are certain drawbacks of each type of the modeling. So definitely the next variant of any addition will be better than the earlier one. So what was the limitations in the first method, they have been taken care in the next model. So this is all about the drawbacks. They are not the first one. First one means this one, payback period method. Payback period method not included the time value of money, right? Because if the period is so long, recovery period, which we call in management break even. So definitely the time value of money will decrease. So we need to include that. So discounted cash flow will take care of that. There are certain methods. Financial people, the NPV method is also there. Net present value. What will be the value and when? So that we will have an exact figure about the profit and the value, so that we can understand. So there is again, and this is like a NPV, more better methods, all Tally, all softwares are using this. Then we can create the profitability index also on the basis of the different projects. So we can have a list. This particular project will, this is the ratio, this project will give you, this is the ratio. So we can identify with this profitability, with this risk, we can bid for. And we are always aware. My friend Dr. Has always told me, friend, there is a trade-off. So I'm usually what trade-off between profitability and the risk. So we need to fit in that. That is what there is no ultimate strategy. You need to find a best fit, right, in between, taking in consideration the trade-off. Because there is no final rule. Scoring models, right? How you decide a project. So you score a priority, right? So we have different kind of the scoring models, unweighted and weighted factor. Although we have other project evaluation factors also, production factor, how many machines we required, how many machines actually we have, marketing factors, right? So do we have the market for a particular project or not? What are the competition size? What are the market forces, etc., etc. Financial factors, how much money will be required in this particular industry? What is the rate of returns? So we calculate so many things. Personal factors, do we have actually the competent people? If they are not available, what will be the cost to hire, right? For this particular skill set person's administrative and miscellaneous issues like licensing part, NOCs part, legal bindings, etc., etc. So we have different factors to understand about the projects. Unweighted factors, friends, so we check. We give equal weightage, what is required, we fix for this particular project, these are the things required. Suppose you want to start a institute, educational institute. So building is required, faculty is required, lab is required, library is required, power is required, laboratory is required, so and so forth. So we list down everything like this, and whatever existing availability, so we check in, check out. This is available, this is not available. If this is not available, so to procure this, how much money is required? If I can run the project with existing facility, it's nothing like that. So this is, but the limitation with this, each factor we are weighting equally, which is not the case. Take the first case, no increase in energy requirement. It means whatever existing energy, availability of the energy is with the company, the next project will suffice. So we are happy, right? But in case of the new technical expertise required, we don't have technical expertise, so we need to hire. But then we need to hire, it means we need to calculate. So if the qualifiers are more, non-qualifiers are less, so we will have a broader idea we can build for. But it's not a good idea, right? Energy requirement may require a less money than the technical facility requirements or technical expertise requirements. So it's a broader idea. It's not a scientific method to bid for a project. The what is scientific method? Scientific method, we have the like a weighted factor method. So we need to weight each factor, right, on the basis of the ranking and its value. So it's one example of deciding which bike one should buy on the basis of different parameters. So there are alternatives are available on extreme left hand, right? So we have 5 types of the motorcycles. They are the alternatives. And to compare them, there are parameters on the axis on top: appearance, braking system, comfort, operating cost, original cost, handling, the reliability. And so it means, and this percentage will decide either from the standards in that particular industry. Appearance will have a 10% role, braking system will have 0% role, comfort will have just this percent role, and then we'll calculate accordingly, then we assign the weight, right? And we'll decide which the alternative will score the more weight, and we will choose for that particular. So this is all about weightage and unweighted factor models. So thank you so much, friends. If you have any doubts, please do ask. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Any questions, anyone? Any question from the remote centers participants? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions? So if there is no question, I'd like to thank Dr. Hargovind. I know you have another class, sir, at 1:30, so I'll not keep you waiting. Thank you, sir, so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank
taking
you,
so
sir.
extensively 2 topics which are very of importance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Raj. Thank you,
so much,
everybody.
everyone.
Thank you, the officials of the NITR remote sensor. Thank you so much.
So participants will break here for lunch. Post lunch, we will join again at 2:30. So please, either you can stay connected or you can rejoin at 2:30. At 2:30, I will be taking the session. So there is a slight change in the schedule because of some emergency work to the concerned resource persons. So there will be slight changes in the schedule now. So what is happening is I am going to take the next post lunch session will be on which will be on the activity diagram and network diagrams and CPM. Then tomorrow's first session will be taken by Miss Indu Agrawal. So Miss Indu Agrawal's original session was scheduled on Friday, the second session. So, but what she is going to do, she is going to take it tomorrow morning first session. And Dr. Amit, who was supposed to take this session, that means the post-lunch session of today, he will be taking on Friday second session. So this kind of a little bit swapping in these 3 sessions, rest remains the same. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible loud and clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as mentioned earlier, there is slight change in the schedule of this FDP. So, my session in the original schedule was supposed to be on tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Now, that session will be taken by Miss Indu Agarwal, Director Talent Global. While this session, which was supposed to be taken by Dr. Amit Goyal, his session has been shifted to Friday second session, that is from 11:45 a.m. to 1:15 p.m. So this is just this a slight change in the schedule. So please kindly note that. Also request all the participants who are joining in the individual capacity to ensure that they are joining the FDP through the email ID that they have used for registration at the NITR portal. Otherwise, there will be issue regarding their attendance. So in case if any one of you has joined this FDP link using some any other email ID, I request to them to send me an email stating the same, that through the registered email ID, saying that though I have registered through this email ID, you are requested to kindly take into consideration the email ID so and so for the attendance purpose. So this is another aspect that I will request all of you to kindly ensure. For the remote center coordinators, kindly ensure that you are getting all the requisite signatures in place for the participants at your remote center. Also, in case of difficulties, kindly feel free to drop me an email and I will try to respond to it as early as possible. Yeah, Tanveer sir, you have to say something, sir? Dr. Tanveer? Sir, you like to say something?
सर गुड आफ्टरनून एक्चुअली सर मेरा ना रेडिट मेल की आईडी से रजिस्टर हुआ है बट यहाँ पे जीमेल से मैं ये ज्वाइन कर रहा हूँ
सर प्लीज एक ईमेल ड्रॉप कर दें मेरे को हर्ष एट मैं आपको भेज देता हूँ ईमेल आईडी मैं चैट बॉक्स पे लिख देता हूँ
या श्योर सर श्योर
तो दैट विल बी बेटर अदरवाइज वो अटेंडेंस में बड़े डिफिकल्टीज होती हैं सर क्योंकि वी यूजुअली टेक the attendance directly whatever is being captured by the Google Meet platform.
Okay.
तो मैंने जो अभी चैट बॉक्स में जो शेयर किए अरे सॉरी हर्ष नॉट हर्ष डॉट इट इज हर्ष @NITTRCHT.AC.in सो फर्स्ट वाले को आप डिलीट कर दीजिएगा
ओके सर आई विल
हर्ष @NITTRCHT.AC.in पे मुझे एक लाइन ईमेल ड्रॉप कर दीजिएगा सर
ओके सर
okay any other issues being faced by the local coordinators at their end any issues any problems being faced by the local coordinators of the respective remote centers so any issue being faced by Dr. Sonia ma'am are you there Sonia ma'am, are you there? Anyone from Sri Guru Ram Rai University? Or Dr. Bula Chaudhary? Any issues being faced by you? Okay, so there is no, I'm getting no response from there. And is anyone there from those centers, remote centers present there? Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm from Global University.
Yeah, Deeplata ma'am, you are from which
Yes.
university?
Vivekananda Global University, VGU Jaipur.
Okay. So any issues being faced by your remote center, madam?
Not yet, sir. No issue we are facing. If anything is there, we will let you know definitely.
Okay. Anyone from Shri Guru Ram Rai University? Anyone
Yes,
from?
sir, we are here.
Yeah, ma'am. Any issues, madam?
No, sir, nothing. The FDP is going very smoothly, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Chaliye, so we'll start with today's session, which is on time management. So we're going to talk about the project time management, basically. So for the individual level, for the personal purpose, the session will be taken by Engineer Amardev Singh tomorrow. So tomorrow's second session will be taken by Engineer Amardev Singh, who will talk about in that perspective. I'll be talking in perspective of the project management, how you can have do the schedule development and project time management in context of projects for that matter. So just a second, I don't know. So we have already looked at this particular framework in my last class, the last session, wherein there are 4 core areas. So we have 3 constraints, 3 major constraints, and those 3 major constraints were what? Those 3 major constraints were time, cost, and performance. So we have seen that in context of performance, we have broken down the performance into 2 major aspects. One is quality, another is scope of work or scope of the project. So corresponding to these 2, there are 4 core knowledge areas, which we have named as project scope management, project time management, project cost management, and project quality management. So out of that, we have already discussed a little bit about scope management, cost management, and quality management. So now let's turn our focus to the project time management, right? So if you look at it, importance of the project schedule is of paramount importance. If you look at here, most often cited reason for the challenges being faced by the managers in project domain or in project management domain is the time aspect. That means delivering the project in the stipulated time period. And if you look at it, schedule issues are the main reason for the conflict on the project. And that happens especially during the second half of the projects, when the deadlines are nearing and the resource became a bit constrained in nature. So if you look, most of the project, the conflict that arises in the projects for that matter are primarily falls under the second half of the projects. Now, why there is these particular issues? So we have to understand here, when we say we are managing time, what we are managing. So what you do actually when you manage time, you say, someone says, he's very much, he's a good time manager, or his time management skills are very good. I would like to know people, since many of you are from the HR domain as well and other domains as well, what do you mean by that? I like to know from all of you. Hello. Is my caution clear to all of you? Hello. Hello. My question is, when we says to someone that this person is an excellent manager, has an excellent skill of time management, what does it implies? Why you say so? What does it implies when you say is that a person has an excellent skills of time management? Yes, you can say that. Absolutely correct. That you can see right work, right time. Absolutely correct. So you can all definitely say that particular aspect. So what we usually say is not late in meeting deadlines. That means this person sticks to its commitments. So basically, when we manage time, we are managing our commitments. That whatever we have committed, we are sticking to those commitments, right? But the problem is when we do the project, and we have seen that even Dr. Murthy was also talking yesterday. If you, I don't know how many of you have listened to him carefully. He was also talking of breaking down the projects into small chunks, what we call as, I also discussed a little bit in detail, what we call as work breakdown structure. So we create WBS. So when we break down the work or the end deliverable of project into small chunks of work breakdown structure. So many of you might be guiding your research scholars. Now, what is the best thing you do? What is the first thing you do before, once the topic is decided and the scholar is sitting in front of you? What do you ask from that particular scholar? So once the topic is decided and he or she is about to start his or her research work, and that particular thing we'll talk today as well. So I usually ask for Gantt chart. We'll talk of Gantt chart as well. But please keep in mind that when we talk of project, so project is all about end deliverable, which is the end product or the end offering of the whole project. So we are actually breaking down that end deliverable into smaller chunks, which we are listing them as work breakdown structure, in order to get, why we do that? So that the time estimation and the cost estimation can be more clearer, will be more nearer to the realistic estimations. Now, even though we go for that, still it cannot be 100% correct, because the reasons may be many, like skill level. So if suppose, a door has to be created out of the wood logs in order to finish the project, which is the project is like, say, completion of the house or the construction of the house. Now, there may be a skill level difference between the person who is manufacturing the doors. One person can manufacture it in 3 days, another person may take 15 days. So the time to complete an activity is random and may vary due to skill level, machine variations, material availability, and unexpected events. So these are the 4 major ones which you cannot account for. But yes, definitely one thing that a project manager should look into is the different cultures. So if you look at it, different cultures have different definition of time commitments. Like suppose if you receive a dinner invitation by some of your relative or any of your friends or companions or your colleagues of say, let's say 7:30 p.m. What time you will reach there? What time you will reach there? Suppose they have invited you for a dinner at their home at 7:30 p.m. What time you will reach their home? Hello. So Ravneet ma'am says 7:35. Okay. Before 7:30 you will reach. Great. Anyone else? So you have been invited for a dinner 7:30 p.m. Sonia ma'am, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right now, Sonia ma'am is not here. Dr.
Okay.
Sachita is here, sir.
Okay. So someone has responded so that 7:30 they'll reach before 7:30. That usually happens. Sorry.
Sir, normally, like if they reach before 7:30, so obviously, that gives motivation to others also to work
Okay.
on a better way.
No, not in the work, madam. I am saying someone has just invited you for a dinner at 7, and they have said, you said, sir, they have invited you, sir, please come, or madam, please come to dinner at our home for at 7:30. So you for 7:30, you receive an invitation by card or by phone or whatever, by message. What time you usually reaches then? What time you reach their home for dinner?
Sir, obviously, like if we are going for an informal thing, so we used to reach a little bit late, sir.
Right. Right. So that's nothing right and wrong. Please don't be judgmental here. What I am just trying to say here, if someone has invited us 7:30, usually we'll reach by 8 to 8:30. Yeah, that's the usual time, I'll say. I don't know.
Right, sir.
Some of you, there exceptions may be there, but I'm talking for us Indians in general, right? Indians in general, specifically in northern India, that's the trend I have seen, northern and middle part where I comes from. And so that is the normal trend. Even like in marriages, when you are invited, you look at the time. Okay, 7 p.m. is the time. We'll reach at around 8:15. Right? That is the usual thing we do. Now that is what is culture actually. So many people, if you look at it, many Europeans jokes that it is not the Indian standard. IST doesn't stand for Indian standard time, but it stands for Indian stretchable time. Right? Nothing right and wrong. Please, again, I am requesting, don't be judgmental here. It is just a culture. It's our culture, right? So different cultures, different countries. So even even within India, you will see there is a different cultures. Like in Assam, I was in when I was in with IIM Shillong. So we used to have, if you know that Meghalaya was also used to be a part of the erstwhile Assam state. So the culture was of Lahe Lahe. They call it Lahe Lahe culture. What does that mean of Lahe Lahe culture of Assam? That means slowly, slowly. If you translate that Lahe Lahe from Assamese language, it actually translates to slowly, slowly. So the culture there is slowly, slowly. So that they are never in rush. While if you compare that with Japanese, probably in Asian continent, or in Germans, they are 2 point. I'll tell you why that makes a significant difference. There is one very interesting story that the chairperson of the Dainik Bhaskar group, I hope you know the Bhaskar group. It is almost, I think, if I'm correct, it is almost around 8,000, 10,000 crore group, 8 to 10,000 crore group, which includes not only the newspaper, Dainik Bhaskar, Divya Bhaskar, and other publications, but it also includes agro solvents and other chemicals businesses as well. So their chairperson, who who is no more now, the founding chairperson, the founder of the Dainik Bhaskar Group. His name was Ramesh Agarwal. So when he was popularly known as Lalaji, right? So he started his journey by distributing newspaper on cycle in Gwalior only, in MP only. So from where I belongs to. So he started his journey from there, and then slowly and gradually he has risen to, with his strong business acumen, he was able to create this whole Bhaskar empire. Now, once he was visiting Germany for the first time to strike a deal with one of the big German conglomerate. So he went for the first time there. So he was supposed to meet CEO of that particular German conglomerate and to strike a deal there. And that Lalaji was actually purchasing some one of the unit of that particular German conglomerate. So they went. So what happens? Lalaji went from India to Germany. He was accompanied by his secretary as well as his, and there was an interpreter as well. So because he doesn't knew the German and as well as the English language, they went there. So he was supposed to meet. The meeting was supposed to be there at 11. So they reached one day earlier. 11 a.m. next day was the meeting. Lalaji went there. So as usual, we Indians, he reached around 11:10, 11:15. Then around till the time he reached to the office of the CEO, the time was around 11:25. And then he went inside, had started. And as you know, the culture is usually, our Indian culture is, we start with the very informal talks. We'll ask about their how's their health is, how their family members are, and so on. So that went on for another 5-7 minutes. After that, the first thing what German CEO said, he said, "Okay, thank you for your time. My secretary will inform you regarding the details of the deal." And he went to the another room. So Lalaji was actually flabbergasted. He said, "What happened? What I have done wrong?" He said, "I have come so long distance to meet this guy, and this person doesn't have the courtesy to even spend some time." So to which he was very furious. So he said he actually showed his the kind of problem or the kind of displeasure that he had. So to which the secretary of that particular CEO replied, and he said, "Sir, your meeting was from 11 to 11:30. And our CEO has many numbers of meeting planned. So if he had already spent 5 minutes late, he has more than the expected one. Had he spent more, the other meetings would have got delayed." So that is the kind of thing I'm just trying to say, that what happens. So time has the least amount of flexibility if you look at in terms of the project or in any per se, and it passes no matter what happens on the project. So when you are managing time, what you are managing, you do not manage time, but you manage your commitments. So this is the way you manage commitment. You determine time, specify place, and you identify the appropriate resources. So in terms of the project, so here when we are saying, again, it is all about commitment, the commitment to ensure. Just give me a second, please. Hello. Yes. Guruji, maybe session. I'll talk to you later, please. Okay. Yes. Okay. So if you look at it here, project time management, again, it is all about managing commitment. And if you look at it here, the commitment of what? Commitment of ensuring the completion of a project. So as I said, each knowledge area involves certain processes. So here the processes that involves in the project time management are activity definition, activity sequencing, activity resource estimation, duration estimation, then schedule development and schedule control. So these are the ones. So we start with the definition, sequencing, estimation of both activity and duration, then development, and then schedule control. So when we are saying activity definition, it is nothing but it is all about creating a list of the activities that has to be performed in order to complete the project. So it will have this particular list will have activity list along with its attributes. Now, since it's a process, so the input will be coming from where? The input will be coming from few domains. So one of the major input here is work breakdown structure. Along with that, you have to have historical data and expert judgment, as well as the constraints and assumptions. Again, the constraints and assumptions are very, very important, because when you are going to break it out, you have to understand there are going to be certain assumptions which are going to be involved. There are certain constraints that are going to be involved. The tool that you use here is the decomposition. So let's look at what the activity list comprises of. So you can see here, the activity list comprises is a nothing but the tabulation of activities that needs to be included on a project schedule. Now, this particular activity list includes the name of the activity, ID of the activity. So it's just like an Aadhaar ID or a roll number of the activity, you can understand, so that you can very easily identify a particular activity. Along with it, a little description of the activity is also given. So another good practice to have the activity list ready is to add the attributes of the activity as well. Like when we talk of attributes, what type of attributes you can add? So you can add attributes like predecessors, successors, relationships, leads and lags, resource requirements, constraints, and so on. Predecessor and successor, I'll show you what it means. We'll talk about that. Along with that, many times the activity list also comprises one more column or one more field, where that is milestones. So milestone is something like that, so you can understand, okay, how much we have achieved for the project. So that is what is known as the milestone. Once the activity list is done, so I will use that as an, you can see here, I am using now that activity list as an input, and going to use the tool or technique of network diagram in order to arrive at the project network diagram. So I'm going to use the technique of network diagramming in order to arrive at this. Now, when we say, as I remember, if you remember the day 0 or the first day of the FDP, I said that every subject has its own lingo, has its own data dictionary. And one of the most used or frequently used word in the domain of project management is CPM, or critical path method. So participants who are interested in this, so in understanding the concept of CPM, please pay attention here. So this network diagram is going to be the start of that particular CPM only. So we are going to talk of this particular aspect of CPM. So what I have done, once I have done the activity listing, or I have created the activity list, now that I am going to do a sequence, because there will be certain activities that can be carried parallelly, while certain activities has to be done in a sequential manner. So those type of things we are going to do when we are going to do the activity sequencing. For that, to show that sequencing, network activity sequencing, we usually use the network diagrams, and there are two representational methods that can be used for the network diagram. One is activity on arrow, also referred as AOA. The second one is activity on node, also referred to as AON. So the difference only is in the, as the name suggests or as the name reflects, in activity on arrow, it is the arrow which will reflect the activity. While when we say activity on node, then in this particular case, the nodes will reflect the activities. Just a representational difference between the representation. Then there are certain rules that needs to be followed while developing the project networks. So one of the very typical rule or very generic rule, though it looks very simple, but it is that networks typically flow from left to right. That means your diagram flow, when you are constructing your network diagram, the flow of the diagram or the network will be from left to right, no matter whichever country you are from. Another rule is that an activity cannot begin until all of its predecessor activities are complete. That means if there is one activity which so until unless if it is dependent on 3 or 4 activities, so until unless those 3-4 activities are over, this particular activity cannot begin. As I said, arrows indicate precedence and flow and can cross over each other in only AON. Here there is a asterisk mark, that is terms and conditions apply. So that means that arrow can cross in a network diagram only when you are using activity on node representation. Each activity will be identified by a unique ID. Looping is not allowed. Can someone tell me why looping is not allowed in network diagram? Can anyone tell me why looping is not allowed in a network diagram? Hello? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are very much audible.
Right. So very correct, because of the unending pattern. Because if the loop is going to be there, that activity will never end. Another important point to note here is conditional statements are not allowed. So let's look at some of the situations that can be there. So can you tell me what does this mean? Anyone can tell what does this particular situation means? This situation means A should finish before either B or C can start. Similarly, this is just the opposite of that. This means C will start once only A and B both are finished. Or both A and B must finish before C can start. Similarly here, both A and B must finish before either C or D can start. Can anyone tell me about this? What does this mean? Because when we look at activity on arrow representation, many of the times we use is dummy representation. So can anyone tell me what does this situation implies? Can anyone would like to answer this question? What is this particular situation, which is I'm just showing on your screen? this last situation implies? Anyone would like to answer this? No. So this means A must finish before B can start. Both A and C must finish before D can start. That means B is dependent on A, but D is dependent on both A and C. That is what it implies, right? So you can see here, I have used a very simplistic network diagram, and this is, can anyone tell which type of representation is this? Is this an AOA or AON? Can anyone tell? Either in the chat box or anything. This network diagram representation is of which? AOA or AON? No idea? This is AON, activity on node, because here the nodes are representing an activity. And that is why the precise reason there is crossing over of the arrows. If had it been the activity on arrow representation, in that case, there can be no crossing over of the arrows is allowed. This type of crossing is not allowed. So I can show you a same representation being done in activity on arrow. So in this particular, now this particular one, you can see here, right? This particular representation is nothing but the activity on arrow project network for house construction or construction of house. I have used a very basic, what I'll say, the activities here. You can further break it down, no issues. So just to make it a simpler one. So you can see here, these 1, 2, 3 are the IDs, while these 3, 2, these are the attributes. So this attribute is nothing but the time attribute, that it reflects how much time in months it will take for this particular activity to get finished, right? And this is a little bit description of the activity. So this is what we call as the network diagram or project network diagram. This is the first step towards building up or to in order to find the critical path. So for this, would you like to draw on your own? Suppose if I have given you this particular activity list, can you draw the activity with the help of this activity list? Can you draw the project network diagram? So I'll wait for 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes for you to draw this. So one rule is to take a common start and stop node. You can use activity on node representation, as it is a simpler way of representation. It is easier to understand rather than simpler. So you start with the start node, which do not have any time estimation duration. Then the first activity will be A, that is application approval. Now you can see, because how I am able to do this, you can see here in this list, the preceding activity is none. That means it is the first activity that has to be carried out while if I want to execute the project. So 1A is there. Then I look at the next activity. Now you can see here the next activity is B and its preceding activity is A. So this is B and its preceding activity is A. Now one thing we have to remember here, be very careful about is putting the arrows. So it is mandatory to put arrows, otherwise there is no use of building the network diagram. Similarly, C will also be here. You can see here the C will come like this, and its preceding activity is again A, and similarly is the D. So you can see here the D will also come like these, right? So and so on. You can go on and build the network diagram. For example, E will have preceding activity as C as well as B. So this will be your E activity. And similarly, you can draw F, G, H, and after H, there will be end node. So if I have to draw it, so this is what I just said, A, B, C. And if I have to draw it completely, my complete network diagram will look like this. Right? You can see here, the F has B, C, D. So that's why there are 3 arrows that are coming from B, C, D. That means F will start only after once the B, C, D is completed. So this is the first process that we do after activity listing in the time management area, knowledge area. So in the project time management knowledge area, the first after, carrying out the activity listing and then doing the adding it to the activity attributes, the next step is, or the next process is to create project network diagram. So I develop the project network diagram. Once I am able to have the project network diagram, my next target is to develop the schedule. So here the ultimate goal to create a realistic project schedule. In fact, you know that because this project schedule will be used by across the teams which are related to the project in order to monitor the progress of the project. So let's look at this particular process of schedule development. You can see again further the inputs. Inputs includes list, duration estimates, risk management plan are also included, but the techniques that are used are something that you might come across definitely in one form or the other. So you might have come across Gantt chart or CPM or PERT. So the output is the schedule. So anyone who has come across the Gantt chart, so as I said, usually when any new research scholar comes under my supervision, my thing is to tell them to create a Gantt chart for their PhD. Now, what is the advantage of having a Gantt chart? So many of you are already a doctorate and you might be guiding number of research scholars yourself. Does any one of you follow this practice? Or any other kind of practice that you follow in terms of ensuring that the research scholars sticks to their time schedule? Because doing a research is also a project, right? And in the morning, I hope all of you have enjoyed the session by Professor Neeraj Bala, wherein she has elaborated a lot on the research projects angle. So anyone who is guiding the PhD scholars right now? Anyone out of this? No one is there who is guiding the scholars right now, PhD scholars? I was seeing a lot of doctorate participant here. None of you is guiding the research scholars right now? Yes, anyone would like to share their experience here? How do you ensure that your research scholar sticks to the time limit, or any research scholar would like to share what are the methods they use that they sticks to the time limit, or they are able to do the PhD within the stipulated time, how they monitor that? Okay, no one would like to share, no issues. So I usually use Gantt chart, as I already said before as well, which is a very simple tool that is also used by a lot of project managers. Its major strength lies in its simplicity and the quick insight that it provides at the status of the project. So I hope you are aware of how this Gantt chart works. So what you can see, the same, if you just a very crude kind of a, well, I say, what I say, a very crude type of a breakdown of the work here for building the house. So you can see here, this gives me what activities can I run parallel and what activities will have to be carried out in sequential manner. So if I ask you, what is the time in which I will be able to complete this project, which comprises of all these activities, what will be your answer? What will be your answer? Is my question clear? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Participants, please respond.
Hello? Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I got disconnected in between. I didn't realize for a minute. So let me share my slide once again. So I was asking you I've just shown you the Gantt chart, and I was talking about its strength. Its strength basically lies in its simplicity. So if you can see here, it is very simple and easy to understand. So you can just understand it by just looking at it. It can give you very easily the project completion time. So what is the project completion time as per this Gantt chart? Suppose
45 days.
45 days. So very easy to understand. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your answer, ma'am. So you can see here, it is very easy to find out, but it has its own limitations as well. But a very wonderful tool. Even people who, some of you might be, if you are providing supervision for the research scholars, or if you are going to do the supervision, my suggestion will be to use this Gantt chart and tell your students to come out with the Gantt chart for their thesis writing. That helps a lot. I'll tell you, it really helps a lot. You can, hold them accountable for number of things if they are not able to do for that matter. So this is what I just said. If you look at it in terms of a software in US, specifically in Microsoft project, if you look at it, this is the way the Gantt chart looks like, where the bars are being used. The diamond is the milestone. So these small diamonds, if you can see here on your screen, these are nothing but the milestones that which indicates a significant portion of the project gets completed, right? And so these are the, the way the Gantt chart looks in the Microsoft project for that matter, right? So from Gantt chart, let's move on to the critical path method. So anyone has any idea about critical path? What is a critical path? There are a number of definitions and many people gets confused by what is written in the books. But does anyone has any idea what is a critical path in terms of project management? Does anyone has any idea? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any idea, madam, what is a critical path?
It is basically the longest part in terms of duration, in terms of
Right.
time, from the point where the project is started till the time it is going to be finished, sir.
Okay. And if I say in terms of time?
In terms of time, sir, that means the longest duration that number of a sequence of work required, the duration of a time that required by a work to be completed, sir.
So ma'am, that's a catch here. It's the shortest time or the earliest a project can be finished. So there is
Earliest.
right. So there is a difference in terms, if it creates certain confusion in many people's mind, but you are very clear about this. That's pretty good. So if you look at it, it is the longest path in the network diagram, but it is the earliest a project can be finished, right? Let me give you an answer with the help of an
Right.
example here. Then it will be more clearer to all of you. So you can see here. So a critical path is the series of activities that determines the earliest time by which project can be completed, or the longest path through the network diagram. So these are, though it looks very contradictory, how it can be possible that in one case it is earliest and in the another case it is the longest, but it is actually implying the same thing. Let me take an example here, then it will be there. Suppose this is the one network diagram that is being given to you. Can someone tell me what is the minimum time in which this project can be completed? I request all of you to do a quick calculations. So if you can tell me the minimum time in which this project can be completed. You can write your answers in the chat box as well. Take a half a minute or a minute time. You can take 1 minute time. I'll wait for a minute. Just tell me the minimum time in which this particular project can be completed. Okay. Just tell me in the numbers, because if you can see here, the numbers are given. So here you can see 0. These are the time estimation for each activity. So like 4 is for B, you have to need, you can take it in weeks or days, doesn't matter, unit can be anything, days, weeks, months. So you can look at it. These are the time estimations which are given for each activity. So B will require 4 days, C will require another 4 days, and so on. So you tell me the minimum time in which this particular project can be completed. So I'll wait for a minute so you can, so I can see how quick your calculations are. I have started to get some answers as well. So in terms of numbers, like in terms of 14, so yes, okay, someone is saying 14. So 14. Any other one? Any other answers? Someone is saying 28. Any other? Any other answers I can have? So 14 and 28, there are two answers that has come up. Okay, so let's try to find out how does the numbers come up. So there are how many paths? There are 3 paths on this network diagram. So one path is this, right? Another path is straight line. And another path is this bottom one. So there are 3 paths. If you can see here, one is this one. Let me draw here. Right? This is one path, number 1 path. Then there is another path which goes straight away. And then there is another path which goes like this. Right? Now, I have to calculate the duration for all these 3 paths separately. So for the path, let's say this is path number 1, this is path number 2, this is path number 3. So for path number 1, what is the estimation of time? It will take 0 plus 4 plus 4, 8 plus 12, 20 plus 4, 24, and then it will end here. So you can say it is how much? 4, 4, 8, 20, 24, 26. So this is 26 days, weeks. You can say, think of it as a 26 days. When you look at the straight way, it is 4, 4, 8, 6, 14, 14, 4, 18, 22, 26, and plus 2, 28. So for path number 2, it is going to take 28 days. The third one is 4 plus 4, 8, 10, 12, and 2, 14. So you can see why the answers comes a bit differently, because there are 3 time estimations for 3 different paths. One is taking 26 days, another is 28, and another is taking 14. Now let's go back to our definition. What does it say? It is the longest path. So the longest path is this, because it is going to take 28. This means this is the critical path. Now, the question that I asked was the earliest the project can finish. So, Sonia ma'am, why 28?
Sir, actually 28, I have mentioned the critical path of this particular question. The critical path is of 28 days.
So the earliest the project can be finished is?
14 days.
No, you were correct, madam, in the first go. It is 28. See, just consider this as a project. Let's say I'll take a very laymanish example here. Let me take an example that my project is to make a flower, let's say a garland of a flower garland, means phoolon ki mala, right? I have to make, let's say, or I can say, let's forget about bouquet of flowers, right? And for making that bouquet of the flowers, what I have is, I have people with me, 3 people. So what I do, I tell them, you come and collect certain stuff and take instructions from me. And then I take them to a certain location. So two different what I'll say, gardens in different locations. So from where they have to collect flowers. So one person goes and collects flowers, like say tulip, right? another person collects roses, and the third person goes and collects marigold, which is very nearby. And the project is what? To complete a bouquet of flowers comprising of 3 types of flowers: tulip, roses, and marigold. Am I correct? So now if you understand here, once this person starts, he starts his journey, right? He goes to the flower, this, and it will take, these kind of works for him. Let's say that it takes 16 days for him to collect the flowers and come back to the location where they are going to collect these flowers together and make the bouquet. So this is the pit stop where all 3 has to reach with the flowers. Now, how much time marigold person will take? It will take 4 days and will reach here at the pit stop. But if this marigold person will reach there, how much time it will take to reach there? 4, 8, 10, 12. After 12 days, this marigold person will reach. But will my project of having a bouquet with 3 types of flowers, namely tulips, roses, and marigold, will that be completed? Yes or no? Will that be completed? Sonia ma'am? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Will that be completed, madam, if the marigold person reaches there alone after the end of 12 days? Will my project
Yes, sir.
will be completed if only the person with the marigold flower reaches at this stop after 12 days?
No, sir. If we are going to collect marigold only, in that case, the bouquet will not be completed.
Right. So that means what? This person has to wait. This person has to wait for the tulip person who is going to come with the tulips, as well as the person who is going to come with the roses. Now this roses person will come after how many days? This person will come after 26 days. And once all 3 are there, that means at the end of the 26th day, they will now require 2 days to make the necessary bouquets. That means what? Earliest I can finish the whole project is how much? 28 days. Think of it. This is the whole project. The project is not the one path. Just please keep this in mind. The project is not one path. The project is these activities, all that needs to be carried out. That means A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. All these activities needs to be completed in order to project then only will be completed when these A to L activities are completed. And when all these activities are getting completed, what is the minimum time in that? That is 28 days. That is equal to the longest path on the network diagram. So that means what? You can ask, sir, what the other persons will do? So what we say in project management lingo, or in the terms of project management, we call this particular time, relaxation time, that this marigold person and this tulip person is going to have, we call that as slack. That means the person with the rose is going to have how much? 14 days slack. Matlab, even though he can reach, he can go for a 2 weeks holiday. Even though if he goes on 2 weeks holiday, my project will not get delayed. If this tulip person goes on 2 days holidays, my project will not get delayed. But can I allow this rose person to go on a single day holiday? No, because the moment this person goes and stops working for a single day, my project duration will increase from 28 days to 29 days, even if he stops working for one day or he goes on leave for one day. Because of this, so that means what? This path is very much critical to me, because any activity on this path, if there is slight increase in the time completion of, there is slight increase in the completion time of these activities, my project will get delayed. That is why the name critical path. It is critical to the time estimation of my project. That's why the name critical path method. I hope you are able to understand the concept. I hope there is no confusion regarding this particular aspect. Hello. Hello. I hope this is clear.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you can see here, this is the critical path. 28 is the work, and we can say slack or the delay, that will not be defined, the delay or slack as the something that will not delay the project. So any activity on the critical path is going to be my critical activity. So can you find the critical path in this thing quickly, and how much time it will take me to complete the project? Very easy. Can take 5 seconds for that. What is the earliest I can finish this project? Hello. This is the activity, and the time estimations are given here in numbers.
So it's 16.
Right. So you can, the earliest you can finish this particular project is in 16 days or 16 weeks, whatever it is there, right? Now, I'll tell you, this is an easier method where you can look at all the possibilities of the network paths. So you can just look at whatever the number of paths are there in the network diagram, and then calculate each of them till the finish. But many times what happens, that the diagrams are a bit complex depending on the complexity of the project. This particular network diagram which I am showing you is, you'll seldomly find in any of the project. It is, in this you don't require this kind of a time estimation, to be very frank. In real life, the projects for which the project management is used, there is if you create the network diagram for those projects, it is very, very complex. So if you do by this method, there is a strong chance that someone can commit error. To minimize those errors, what we do, we usually use softwares. So I'll tell you the method in which most of the softwares, so the logic behind those softwares, so that you can use through pen and pencil as well. So what we call as the forward pass and the backward pass. So if you can see here, we usually show it by this particular one. So any node, we can show it like this. So here we have the ID, the unique roll number of the activity. Here a little bit of the time, the activity time, how much time it will take, a very brief description of the activity. So this is just a standard representation where if you find this kind of a numbers to be fit in, I can show you. Excuse me. I'll show you this, right? So I'll take the same example forward. Suppose this is the network thing. So if you remember, we just constructed the network diagram for this particular information. Now what I have done, I have added another attribute here, that is the time attribute to the activity list. So I have also added an additional attribute, that is the time attribute for each of the activities. Now based on this, we can have this kind of representation. So same thing I was just showing you. So just remember, this is the activity ID. That means the roll number or a unique ID, Aadhaar ID, you can think. This is a very brief description of what the activity is all about. And this is the duration or the time for that particular activity, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you about the method in which is usually used by the softwares in order to arrive at the critical path. Now here what we have to do here is this, suppose this activity. So what we have here is we have a concept of two things. One is earliest start time and earliest finish time. So one is earliest start and earliest finish. Then we have late start and late finish. So latest start and latest finish. So we have got two things here, ES, EF, and in bottom we write LS, latest start and latest finish. So these two things we have to keep in mind while we are going to do the forward pass and the backward pass. So when we start with the forward pass, we start with the earliest, this top portion. So this is the start node, right? So when earliest I can start the first activity, that means it will start on the first day itself. That means the 0th day. How much earliest I can finish? I can finish earliest it by 5th day, right? So what I have done here is ES plus the activity duration will give me the EF. So earliest I can start on 0th day, that is the first activity. Earliest I can finish it is in 5 days, that is why the 5 comes here. Now earliest I can start B. Earliest the B can be start on the 5th day once the A gets completed. So the same number comes here. This is durations, right? So sorry, this is not come here. I'm very sorry here. Just give me a second here. Right? So 5 days here, 5 days here, and 5 days here. Because these three are parallel activities. All these three can start on 5 days. Now B, earliest finish time for the B is 5 plus 15, which is 20. Right? Similarly, this is 15 for C, and for 10, for D, it is 10. I hope this is clear to all of you. Now, the problem comes when we are looking at E or F. Now, there are two arrows that are coming there. One arrow is having 20. Another arrow is having 15. Can anyone will tell me when we can start the earliest we can start E? What can be the earliest start time for E? Would anyone would like to try it out? Hello, is my question clear to all of you? Earliest we can start E. Out of 20 or 15, which one will come there? Anyone would like to answer this? Hello?
15, sir.
15, okay. Or anyone else would like to answer also? See, when we can start E? When we can start E? When both B and C gets over, right? We cannot start E until both B and C gets finished. Am I correct? Right? That's why the sequence is like this. The arrows are coming from B to C to E. That means E can only start only and only when both B and C gets finished. Or for example, let's look at F. F can only start when both when B, C and D, all the three gets completed. So earliest time when both the B and E gets completed, B and C gets completed in order for E to start. When the earliest it can start? When both B and C can finish. When B is going to, earliest finish time for B is what? 20 days. Earliest finish time for C is 15 days. So even though C will finish in earliest, it can get finished in 15 days, B will not get finished. So that means for before starting, earliest starting of the in E, I have to wait for B to get completed. And B will get completed only after 20 days. So the 20 will come here. That means it will be 35, which will be then again same here. Here also the 20 will come because B, C, D, all three needs to be completed. Then it will be 30 here. Right? So again 30 here and 200 here. So I've just added the time of, these times to the earliest start time to get the earliest finish time. Again, same way here, 235 and 35. Out of these two, which one will come here? 200 or 35? It will be 200. Because for starting of the H, I can only, I require both E and G to be over. So though E will be over in 35 days, I have to wait till the G is over. So that will be 200. Then the occupancy will take another 35 days. That means 235 days is the earliest I can finish this whole project. So if I look at it, I'll do the backward pass here. So I will equate both earliest finish time with the latest finish time because that's I doesn't want to delay my project. So I've equated this earliest finish with the late finish. Now the latest start I can do this activity without delaying the project is 235 minus this project. Now I'm going a bit opposite. So 235 minus 35 is 200. Right? So this 200 will also come here. And it will also come here. Right? And accordingly, this will be 185. And this will be 30. So let me show you. I have done these calculations already. So you can see this is the formulas for this particular forward pass and the backward pass in the literature. But what I have done here is I have done these calculations now. You can see here, this is the backward pass. Right? Only confusion will come here is when I am getting two numbers, right? So here I am getting 20 here and 185. So what I have to take here is the minimum. In the forward pass, I was taking maximum of all the arrows. Here I will take the minimum of the arrows. So that will bring me with 200, right? So this is the way I've completed it. And now if you see this particular path, that means this is the critical path, because here the slack you can find out by subtracting either late finish minus early finish or late start minus early start. You can use any of those two. So if if you see the slack which is written in this column is 0 for the critical path. So critical path is the path which has 0 slack. And you can see here, this is the critical path here. So this is a little bit about the critical path method. So I've just shown you the forward pass and the backward pass. I hope you are able to get a grasp of it. If you don't have any, if you have any questions, any queries, you can feel free to ask. If the time permits, I'm not taking up the CPM because it will take a little bit more time. It will take another half an hour to take explain you the PERT. So if the time permits in the some of the sessions, if there is any issue with the any resource person, I'll explain over the PERT. But otherwise, this is majorly about critical path method and Slack. So I hope any questions, if you have regarding this about the backward pass or the forward pass, please feel free to ask. Any questions? Hello. Any questions, any queries? Hello. 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 Am I audible? Disconnect. Okay. Okay. I thought I had still got another. So any questions, any queries till this point of time? Or anything that you want to ask related critical path method or network diagramming or any other time management aspect? Okay, so if there is no question, we'll end the session here. So tomorrow's first session will be taken by Miss Indu Agarwal. Please be there. She's you'll really enjoy her session. She's a person who has worked extensively first with HSBC Bank in senior positions, and then late in the later half she took the bold step of plunging into the entrepreneurial ventures. So now she is doing a lot of work in the domain of education and other areas. So she'll be talking about the project execution aspect in the entrepreneurial domain. So would be a very interesting session. I hope so. You people will enjoy that session. So please be there tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rajesh. You can stop the recording.
Okay, sir.
you.